2, Wednesday, October 29th, 2025, 10 a.m. held at the Kiowa Tribal Complex, Greenville Hall Legislative Chambers, 100 Kiowa Way, County, Oklahoma, 73015. Agenda call to order. Call to order at 10:09. And invocation. Maybe had an invocation, Legislator Wolf.
Another day. This is the season for.
Grab the wrong one.
Learn.
That means no.
Days. Out there. Everything our tribe. Look over what we are doing today. Taking. Our tribe and. Days. Grow. Our. Overcome obstacles. Mercy, elders, children. Each and every one of them. Our heart, souls, our minds, our bodies. It's small things that may influence and harm us. Spirit. You know, we put our trust and faith into you. Trust and faith in God that we pray that we find. Plan for the plan for those big plans. And we give the plans and how we move on. We are past years. Fathers for the betting about how to teach them.
Roll call.
Kyla Tattletty. Michael Primus,
Here.
Timothy Saypoodle. Cole DeLon,
Present.
Taya Rosario. Taya Rosario. Ben Wolf, Warren Weathon,
Oh.
4 present. And 3 absent.
Next, we have approval of the agenda. We have an inquiry hearing made. Lawrence Sutherland, chairman of the Kiowa Tribe. On the agenda, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
That's the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Agenda is approved. Begin with. Maybe have the same.
Mr. Chairman. Give me up, this is not used to doing this. I swear, okay, you'll repeat after me. You swear under the penalty of perjury that all testimony I provide to, or you provide today, I'm sorry, shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Do shorter pieces.
Yeah. Okay. Do you swear under penalty and perjury, or say, I swear under penalty and perjury
I swear under penalty
of perjury
of perjury,
that all testimony
all testimony
I provide today
I provide today
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
whole truth,
and I shall not mislead
shall not mislead,
or intentionally omit
only omit
any material fact
any real fact,
in response to any question
response to any question
I am asked.
I'm asked.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. To begin with, Chairman Slaughterberg, there was a 5-minute introduction, opening statement. If you wish to provide an opening statement, there are 5 minutes allowed for that.
All right. I worked over 40 years before coming back to run for chairman. As in 4 other tribes. In the area primarily of economic development, but I've actually had a chance opportunity to run for tribal governments as well. And run operations and enterprise as CEO or general manager. And we wanted to work with the previous chairman. Every time I come back for a ceremony, phone or whatever, I approach our chairman, see if I could be of use to our tribe to help us advance our tribe. Because I see year in and year out, that's going nowhere. And so I decided that I wanted to see if I can do that as the elected official in this chairman. And so that's what I did. I ran and got elected. And when I came to the office, I was sworn in July 15th, 2022. I brought a 10-year 3-part strategic plan for building our tribe with the ultimate goal of providing for the needs of our people. And I can assure you that there's never been a plan like that brought to our tribe. And I really believe in God-led initiatives along the way, especially in my role as the elected chairman, leader of the Kiowa tribe. I take that role seriously because I am the leader of the tribe, elected by all the people. But I try to lead in a humble way and leave my ego at the table for any decisions that have to be made, because that's the way we do it. With God key in our heart, relying on God key to lead every decision I make every day. I come in early, usually 7:15, 7:20. Several of us do. We try to start out my day in prayer, because a lot of people reach out in need still. And so my 10-year strategic plan has been moving forward. We've got our government structured, strong, self-governance now, taking over the BIA projects, taking over probates. That's a big accomplishment for a tribe. I'm proud that we've achieved that. Second part is our economic development. We generate jobs and revenue for our tribe. That kind of at a standstill right now, somewhat. But I think we'll get to this. In our human development, how healing way. If I leave any legacy with this tribe, I want to have it be known as having to start our healing process. I'm 76 years old, and all my life I've seen us suffer from the plague of alcohol and drug abuse, suicides, dysfunctional family life, domestic violence that results in the death of our people. Proverbs says, without a vision, the people perish. I really believe that. I brought that with me. Think about that every day. I brought a vision here that I was optimistic that we would stand together as Kiowa leaders, Kiowa people. Goegu, Bekolede was my motto. Kiowas standing together, because we always fight each other historically and go nowhere. When I came here, we had River Casino. That's the only revenue generator we had. We had Carnegie and Burton at the time, but they were losing them. That's all. We don't even have a convenience store or anything else. And so the plan that I brought is to generate new vitality in the economy of our Kiowa territory and include all the stakeholders, Alcoa, the town leaders, got MOUs with these towns to move forward together. Because we have to work together. Not only Alcoa and the other stakeholders in our state, and even nationally, but us especially. Elected tribal leaders entrusted by the vote of our people to take care of them. Nobody's gonna take care of you but us. And so it's our responsibility, and I take that very seriously in my heart. And everything I do is always with you in mind. And so that's all I can say. That's the best way I can lead. To stay humble before our people, respect all you, respect all of our people. Respect that you have authority to do things, to make decisions. So that's the way I think you should be. Leave our egos at the table and think of our people first. Because that's what should be our priority. Our people that are still dying. A very young person last week. Result of alcohol-induced violence. Last year, we lost a 40-something-year-old veteran, took his own life. I'm tired of seeing that, people. I want to do something about that. That's what I'm trying to do. Kiowa Healing Way. And we need all hunger. We're in a capitalistic global society that requires dollars to do things, dollars to provide services. That's why we have to have a capitalistic plan in place to generate more dollars, not because we want to be rich, but because we can provide more services for the needs of our people, not only in our region, but our going good everywhere. In your district, Warren, all over the country. But we have to say no because we don't have all home yet to provide their services. We barely provide services here. They need more. That's what I have in mind every day when I come to reach out to Doc Key for guidance and help me make big decisions to move our tribe forward. That's all I can say. That's the best I can do. I'll make mistakes. We're all human. We're not perfect. The only perfect human being was Jesus Christ. But we do the best we can and aspire to be good people. Respect each other, school you. See how we can join our hands and put the labor forth to take care of our people together. Because it's going to take us working together. That's where our Constitution is designed for us separate entities to work together. Bring our authorities, combine, to take care of the needs of our people. That's why we're here, that's why I'm here. And I'm here because you asked me to be here. You want to ask the questions, and so I'm here respectfully to answer your questions. That's all I have to say.
Before we move on, you can shake the microphone this way, we can feedback out. What, if you keep it sideways, or then put it down.
Oh, put it down?
Yeah, forward. It'll still pick up. At this time. We'll start, yes, I'll turn it over to the legislator. We thought.
Is the feedback bad or is it better? Is this good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Good morning, Chairman Spotsford. Thank you for appearing before our legislature this morning. Onde and Son.
Oh.
Just to be clear, and to everybody online before I begin my line of questioning, this is a fact-finding hearing. We're not a court. We're not here to adjudicate anything. So we are here to actually just ascertain facts. And I think you can agree the line of communication has been rotating for a little while, and so we want this to kind of clear the air. We want facts on a lot of things, you know, we sent over a subpoena with a lot of topics we want to cover today, so we're gonna just go ahead and ask some questions, and I'll start with my first questions are gonna be regarding the Kiowa Inc. and its operations. Kiowa Incorporated, can we pull up the flow chart of the tribe, please? So Kiowa Incorporated and its operations, I have some questions in regards to transparency,
Okay.
if you don't mind, I just would like a response, and these are open-ended questions, I'm not looking to, I just want to state facts so people will hear. What was the source of funding for the establishment and operation of Kiowa Incorporated? And if you want to tell us what Kiowa Incorporated is, a lot of citizens do not know what that is at this time.
Kiowa Incorporated was conceived as a result of working with a lot of tribes around the country who developed this model. To develop the economic development arm of their tribal government, by developing a separate entity for all for-profit business development. Managed by a professional board of directors that have the capacity and various experiences to bring to the table as board members to advance the efforts of these for-profit enterprises that have developed. Now Incorporated is one of the three pieces of our 10-year strategic plan that I brought here, based on, again, 40 years of experience doing this for tribes, starting with bingos in the early 80s. And so, again, we're living in a society that if we provide needs for our people, we need dollars to provide those needs, and so the enterprise development arm of the tribe, under Kiowa Incorporated, is designed to do that. There is no source of funds for that. We formed it on paper. We have federal ID numbers for the corporations that are established, including Kiowa Incorporated. But there is no activity. We have no board of directors. I submitted to board of directors to be considered good people, experience that will help us advance. So we'll have a board. So basically, we can operate with a board to make those business decisions to start up the subsidiaries that are outlined in my how incorporated structure. Again, that's the economic development arm of the tribe. It will be managed by a CEO. Ultimately, the board of directors will select the CEO to run it. Again, this is known as the Harvard model, study done decades ago by Harvard University on how successful tribes have developed enterprises, including casinos. And so this is not a new model. This is a model that a lot of tribes that are actually building their communities, providing services for their citizens, even building towns in some instances under this structure. And so it's been a proven model that a lot of tribes have found success in economic development. And that's why I brought, on July 15th, when I was sworn in, 2022.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, how does Kiowa Incorporated report its business development to the tribe moving forward?
Well, the regular reports that are outlined, audit reports that are outlined, sharing a business plan that they'll develop with the executive and legislative branches. So that's how they're accountable to that, and along the way, part of the process is to come up with a plan, revenue allocation plan or distribution plan, for how the profits from the enterprises will go to the tribe. Because there's two priorities of any tribal corporation that I've found in my opinion that we never should least track of, and that's to generate revenue for the tribal government to increase programs and services for tribal citizens. And secondly, we create jobs for tribal citizens. And so that's why we look at economic development. As we know, we have all the challenges A lot of governments generate taxes to operate off of, or we, every time tribes want to generate taxes for some enterprise or activity, they're quashed by the local, state, federal government. And so we have to find other ways to generate revenue, which is the entrepreneurial way. And so that's why tribes are more entrepreneurial than other forms of government, because again, mindset of the United States is to quash the taxable ability of the tribes. And so we have to be entrepreneurial to generate revenue to feed into our government and enhance our services.
So currently, are there any affiliated entities with Kiowa Incorporated?
Affiliate, what's the?
I mean, do you have businesses developed already that are under Kiowa Incorporated?
We're forming our health and health services company right now to provide a clinic and a pharmacy in Anadarko.
Okay, and that would fall under Kiowa Incorporated to be a business
Yes.
generating entity.
Under a subsidiary called Kiowa Health Services Incorporated. That's gonna be funded by Indian Health Leagues. They have funds, work with the tribe that inspired to do this. They're even gonna pay free development costs. So the meetings that we have, planning meetings and development meetings are all being compiled so that IHS will reimburse us. Unfortunately, IHS is advance funded, and so what that means is they have their money for this fiscal year. And so they're not impacted by the government shutdown. The reason why they did that years ago was because there was government shutdown. Services stopped, doctors couldn't take care of sick people, and that was unacceptable by everybody's standards, so. IHS is advanced funded, so actually this budget that's approved this year by the federal government, once it's approved, it's gonna be for next fiscal year's funding. And so unfortunately, we have money here. We fund this startup. We'll also be getting money for any health related or any BIA related services or any facilities, including our legislative offices and so forth. From funds provided by 105L leasing program. I've known about this since I came on board, we finally are getting, take advantage of that, and that's been a source of funding that we haven't taken advantage of without it. So what that means is, we can pay ourselves to use our facilities. Extra revenue that's out there. And that will go to support the maintenance and upkeep and operations of our facilities, and we don't have to use other dollars to do. That's where IHS and the BIA. And so we're working on doing that as well. The 105L program will even pay, if you build a new building, and you have a loan to build it, they'll pay the principal and interest for that building, as long as it's a meet the requirements for government service. They won't build a building for a casino, of course, something like that. That was for government facilities, government use, for health, for operations, or for administration. So again, we're gonna take advantage of those, and that's gonna be how we're gonna start this clinic in Anadarko. And we're moving towards self-government status. We already have that status with the Department of Interior. And so we don't contract with them anymore. We get the service and manage those services ourselves without interference from BIA. And we also get on top of that contract support costs that the BIA was keeping for their operations when they contracted them through 638 contract. So again, back to this, we're starting that with no money from the Kiowa tribe, it's IHS money. I can't do anything with Kiowa Incorporated because we don't have a budget approved for that. I have to set aside money year after year to build up a pool with the intention of funding the startup of Kiowa Incorporated. And I mentioned that to you when we're kicking around our budget earlier this year. And so, but I can't do anything with it because you'll come up with a new law that said you can't pull money out from Kiowa Inc. and some certain things. I mean, one of those things though that y'all identified, Kiowa Tribal Loan Fund, that's actually you signing a contract, like grant agreement with the Department of Treasury. And that was actually in the approved budget, so I'm not sure if that's even acceptable for you guys to pull that or defund a program that was actually already approved by the people. So That's why we gotta talk about that, part, but the other ones, I have to wait till a new budget, you don't have money to fund how incorporated.
In regards to transparency and these programs, I don't see health services on here. Where would that fall?
It's a newly established.
So it's not on the flow chart.
It's not on this one, I haven't updated.
Okay.
Maybe July 31st.
I'm not sure what the date is on that.
It's on the previous slide.
What date is that, Jason? I think that was the,
I put dates on the upgraded. Flow chart. It's in there, right on
okay, that's October 22nd. So there's a new flow chart. And then the health services program is on that flow chart.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll get an updated flow chart. So I guess it goes back to communication. We didn't know you had a new flow chart for Kiowa Inc. and nor has it been furnished to us as part of your strategic plan. So that's why we're having these hearings to ask the questions and see where we need to get information from the executive branch. Because we were unaware of a plan to establish a health and pharmacy program for Kiowa citizens.
Well, I've been reporting that every week. I report that in my forum every Saturday morning. It goes on live on the radio, it goes live on online, and no lot of people use online. So,
So you feel like Facebook should be the official form of communication for the Kiowa tribe?
well, I report that every week, but I furnished you guys updated chart, but I haven't furnished that one, to be honest with you, so that's it's my fault for not doing that.
So we need, would you please send over an updated strategic plan with that program on the flow chart? Because that was one of my questions. And I think, in regards to transparency, do you agree that we as Kiowa people and our citizens, we're all citizens of the same tribe?
Yeah.
Do you agree as part of transparency that we need to all have access to some sort of plan? Maybe not numbers, maybe not how we're funding this stuff, but
Yeah.
what is the plan for these programs?
100%.
And how should that information get to the citizens?
Well, I wanted to have meetings before that didn't happen, and I planned a strategic planning session to go over all this stuff, because there's a lot to go over, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I wanted to have that retreat, but I understand you guys don't believe that's necessary. And so I'm trying to reach out and have this discussion, because just to throw it at you and not tell you what's behind it, it's not fair for you to understand what the process and what the plan is. It's gonna take 2 days to go over our 3-part, our private government structure, how incorporated structure, and our human development side of it called Kiowa Healing Way under our empowerment center development. I did that really fast. The first year we was here. We had a 2-year strategic plan, I went over this. With all you, I think Cole and Mateo were not here, but the rest of you were here, and we had 2 such sessions. But, again, and I'm tempting to have another session with you guys to go over all this. And we can have that interaction and understanding, because it can't be happening, that just send you over this stuff and just let you figure it out. I mean, I wanted to go over this with you thoroughly and have this kind of interaction face to face. And so I still want to do that. I think it's still necessary, in my opinion, for you guys to fully understand what is in this, because this is not something that I just picked out of thin air. This is something that I keep saying that it took me 40 years to put together. With my experience of learning what's good and bad in the country. So I can't expect you guys to learn all aspects of these plans. We'll just send you over a work chart. But you understand that. Well, that's why we need to have a retreat to go over all these aspects.
I agree with you, Shannon.
Each of our tribe, if everybody on the same page.
I think
Let's spend time together.
The frustration with the legislative branch has been, I'm gonna just say a little bit and then I'll ask my question, okay? So we hear, you go on Facebook on Saturday mornings and you throw out all these ideas. Some of them are really great ideas that we want to execute, be a part of. Or help in some way.
Okay.
But the first, I'm not on Facebook every Saturday morning. I don't know, and so I'm just giving you my perspective. There's a lot of piecing together. Okay, we've got this program, a health and pharmacy program. How do we fund that? I didn't know we had funding that was gonna come from the Indian Health Service just having those details. Cause as elected officials, we're reportable and accountable to the citizens, cause
Yeah.
we're gonna get asked. The chairman's starting a pharmacy, okay, where is that at? Who's it gonna serve? You know, just the details, some sort of information that we can read and understand. And then have that communication, cause I've not seen a business plan. I see an org chart, I see an org chart here.
Yeah.
I don't see how we're going to get from where we are now to where we wanna go in the future and in state. And what you need from a legislative body to help with that, whether it's identifying funding, applying for grants, writing resolutions, writing laws. We need a strategic plan that identifies milestones from here to there, so. I just wanted to kind of convey what I'm kind of asking you for is. You do agree, we need to communicate, we need business plans for. Health and pharmacy, I like it, you know, then you talk about the loan fund. You know, we already have money for that. And I think that we can, the moratorium is, we can lift that. We just want to initiate communication so we have a business plan and we know what the priorities are. And I think we have reached out through the vice chairman to have that type of session to where we can sit down and talk about what the priorities are and what we want to see plans for.
And you know, again, I keep saying like, you guys know my phone number, you know, my email address. And you know where I office, and so a couple of you come in, ask questions, but. You know, I haven't had a whole lot of questioning from you guys, whether it's face or phone or email, and well, there's other ways to communicate immediately and ask the questions. You know, one-on-one, I mean, I'm willing to talk to any one of you guys, if you want to call me and ask me more details about anything, what I'm doing. It's always open. I'm open for any private citizen, especially others who want to come and see me. That's why I'm not sure I have time. Don't even make time for you guys.
So
Again, my phone number, email, or face to face is always option.
thank you, Chairman.
Hey,
So in terms of board of directors for the board of directors for Kiowa Incorporated. What do you see as qualifications for those people you are nominating to that board?
Well, they have to have business development experience, they have to have business management experience, banking experience. Whatever other areas that are in our. In our plan here, you know, the technology is part of that, the government contracting experience is pretty important. So there's others. They should have knowledge in many of these six key areas of business that I've developed.
And currently, we don't have an active board, right?
Well, you guys know that, you
Yeah.
haven't proved anybody.
Okay. So I think we just need to communicate and find. You know, we want to know what the plan is for Kiowa Inc., what the business plan. And then
Well, I've told you guys before, when we get a board of directors in place.
they're gonna make that
And
plan.
they have a CEO in place. They're the ones that are gonna be responsible for developing the startup and operations of the business, develop a business plan, so you get key things to start with.
So you see why we,
Policies and procedures and stuff, and so guys got a snapshot of what. We want to develop, they have to put the plan together and implement it. The board, they have the authority, we no longer have the authority to get involved in business, that's why it's separate from our tribal government.
so do you see why we're concerned? Because, you know, it's not explained to us. You see a program startup and you say it's under Kiowa Inc. But to our understanding, we don't have a Kiowa Inc. established yet, so we've got to get that established in order to get these corporations, businesses, enterprises funneled into your system here, right?
Ideally, but we're able to, because we're not using our own funds. To start the health and health services and pharmacy.
So, Chairman, would you be able to provide a full list of agreements, loans, and contracts that involve these enterprises under Kiowa Inc.?
Well, we have Kiowa Tribal Loan Fund and we got the health services that's being developed.
And that's the only two?
That's the only ones that will gain traction or we have traction on because we can't do much else. We have also aspirations to take over the Carnegie Clinic, do self-governance, but we're not quite there yet either.
So I'm hearing the Kiowa Tribal Loan Fund and health and pharmacy, right?
The clinic.
The clinic and pharmacy, okay. So how will these enterprises be monitored to ensure compliance and transparency to the Kiowa people?
Yeah, regular reports, regular, provide audits, and once they get operating, they're gonna have to have annual audit like we do. And so, and this simply what we think is necessary in a report from them on a regular basis, because they have to be accountable to the tribe, they're owned by the tribe. And of course, being accountable is important on a regular basis.
Where do you intend for those entities to report? At the Kiowa Indian Council meeting, where the access be?
Well, what the cover was established, I don't know, that as part of the bylaws and policies that have to establish, but. I'm sure we'll outline some regular monthly reports, for instance, an example of space here. Well, regular monthly reports, so everybody's invited to. I'm sure that's gonna be something similar, where you'll be given information as they develop enterprises and develop plans, would be privy to those on a regular basis by being invited to these meetings. And so, but again, it's up to the board to design that, and we'll have to kind of share our concerns or our desires for how often we want to hear reporting from these topics. We're not there yet, but we don't have it, we don't have that entity established yet.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes my questions concerning Kiowa Inc., but I think some other legislators may have questions later on. And as it pertains to the Kiowa Casino Operations Authority.
Yeah.
So. How much revenue does the tribe currently receive from the KCOA? And its allocated benefit yearly?
Well, they're currently, they're paying us $9 million, although we haven't approved the budget. Like that, the last year's budget. $6 million from the casino, but they're actually currently paying us more than that based on the assumption that we have a budget required from the paying us $9 million. So they are paying us $9 million, which is a basic allocation that they're paying us, but they also pay us a lease payment and taxes as well on top of that. They're paying us lease for that land that out of that.
Okay, we had a lot of questions. We met with the KCOA chairman yesterday. What is the current, financial picture? Just a quick overview of how we're doing with our casino operations in the KCOA.
Well, you're asking for my opinion?
Yeah.
Because we do actually, again, when we meet with the KCOA, we get financial reports as part of that. Everybody's invited to that. But we're doing great. We're not great. I mean, we could do better, okay? We're doing okay. We're making profits. We're trending up. We slowly trending up to make more profits, but there's some investment that has to happen at the Great River for us to have more profit generated there. We do have a new casino in Hobart. It's faring better than projected, which is a good thing. Well, there's a lot of folks that were concerned that Hobart couldn't support a casino. And it's gonna I think it's gonna make money, not a whole lot, but it's gonna make money, right? So every little helps. We closed the third one because it was losing, and Carnegie one is not making money yet either, and so that's gonna have to be a serious business decision on that. But overall, the two Red River is going well. It's really a small casino when you look at the whole universe of private casinos. It's very small. I mean, it's generating revenue for us. We could do more.
We had I don't want to start and rehash what we talked about with Mr. McMahon yesterday, but how do you understand the KCOA moving forward? Like, we understand it was created when we almost lost our casino operations before. Is this an enterprise board you want to, I guess, keep going in the future?
Well, I mean, the structure looks. Keep it in place, but there is a possibility that we wouldn't even have to have that if we form Kyle Incorporated. There's a potential, there's another option for us to look at having a Kyle Incorporated Board of Directors oversee that. We have to get the approval of NIGC
Mhm.
for that structure, as I understand it, we did use our casino.
Yep.
Because of the memory of the business rate, and mishandling of monies and so forth, and so they require this. It's like other tribes have. A separate management entity that's professional, supposed to be professional and be a public experience in running gaming operation. And kind of buffered from the tribal government, not having any interference and temptation of tribal government, we try to run a gaming casino because. Generally speaking, most tribal governments do not have experience. Casino managers come on as elected officials, and that's pretty much like any tribe for business too. And it's just the case. And so, again, this model that I'm following separates the enterprise side of it and puts the control of these enterprises over a professional board that has the experience and professional experience to help oversee the management of those operations. And the businesses are gonna be the same model with an experienced board of directors. And so again, there may be a possibility that we see that we have a strong enough board of directors that we can eliminate the KCOA itself and then have a board oversee gaming as well, which is kind of quasi in the structure. But that doesn't need to necessarily happen either.
So we had some board of director nominees come to the legislature. And some of those board of directors were, I guess, CEOs or presidents of tribes.
One was a general,
So would that be a danger to kind of share that capital plan with a person that may be a competitor?
well, it could be, but my goal was to bring in people that have been there and done that, have years of experience. Lucky Barrett, if you ever go visit her, they're trying to Shawnee. They have an international tax-free zone. They have their own manufacturing plants there. They have a casino, their own grocery store. They acquired the rural water district and managed that rural water district to their benefit. And so he's been around, he's been their leadership, and I called him and asked him if I could use his enterprise CEO to consider as on board. He said, I'll serve on your board. And so, well, even better. Because he's an older gentleman, he's up there, his mind is sharp, and he's got a lot of experience, and we can't discount the older people that have knowledge and experience. Well, that's why he was one of them. And I was very honored that he would really step up, like. That we want to other candidates to consider you guys because of that. We don't have to incorporate it all. If you don't want to develop businesses, you can do other ways, but again, this is the most successful structure a lot of tribes are following. Because tribal leaders can be, if all of us are not here in 2 years, we have a successful enterprise going and the chairman decides you don't like it. But if he has non-tribal employees working there and you don't like some of those, and pass a law that says only tribal members will be working at that enterprise. And that's actually happened. And so they went over there immediately, fired all the non-tribal employees, property management. And what happened to the enterprise? They went under. And so I'm saying, again, well intentioned as it is, he didn't have the background for running a business. So those processes to allow and to structure yourself. To allow for effective and efficient business development, should be followed based on the success of other tribes are doing this, using this model.
So the legislature made it known that we had some concerns with the funding of enterprises under Kiowa Inc. And we first had a discussion about one of the development of one of the enterprises. It was kind of conveyed to us, we got some, we'll say some misinformation, there was I think a contingency fund, Kiowa contingency fund, ARPA, a CFR, or federal funds. So I'm gonna ask the question just to put it on record, have any LTCF, ARPA, CFR, or other funds been allocated to Kiowa Incorporated or its affiliates?
Yes, we can set aside some of that funding, currently $1.5 million. With the intention of transferring that to Kiowa Incorporated when the board of directors are in place and have that as a seed money, startup money for Kiowa Incorporated and its operations.
And what's the funding agency for that?
LATCF.
LATCF
Yeah.
is the funding agency that will be used to transfer.
Oh, the funds, yeah. that's
The funds.
The funds, some of it, it's not all of the funds. We got over $3 million
Uh-huh.
in the last couple of years.
What's the full acronym LTCF?
I couldn't say.
I couldn't, it's a contingent,
Local and tribal consistency.
local aid tribal consistency fund.
Local and tribal consistency plans.
I just wanted to make sure. So we, that's the funding that would be used to set up and kind of get started up for Kiowa Incorporated.
Yes, because again, they have to have some amount of capital to start up operations and of course, game plans and leverage other resources. Tribe can also go after grant funds to stand up more profit companies as well, so of course, we will also use that effort too, find outside funding. To start up the fund that's, on top of our funds, because we have limited funds, $1.5 million is not a whole lot. Other tribes start these operations up with $5-10 million. And but it is a good amount of money to start up with.
So the local and tribal contingency fund would be used to start up Kiowa Incorporated.
Yeah.
Once we had a board of directors and they would use that funding to kind of,
Well, if it's in our budget,
it's in our budget, okay. I just wanted to be clear on that, just to have some clarity on if you were to start up those enterprises, what funding would you utilize? And then you got the loan fund, it has its own treasury funding. It's already been voted on. Okay,
yes, it's part of the budget, as you saw the last 2 years, but specifically under,
so I need to change topics here because I only have a few minutes.
Can the chairman adjust his,
Microphone,
yes,
they're not catching it on there?
right,
do what?
And just move it over, just move it
to,
over.
Okay,
you're talking softly and.
so when I'm talking this way, it's this way, so yeah,
Yeah, okay, it
Thank
sounds
you.
better now.
all right.
So I need to change topics. I'd like to focus on coronavirus funds. Have there been any findings or reviews conducted by Castro and Company LLC and the US Office of the Inspector General? And give us a quick summary of those findings.
Yeah, we had a communication from them that questions a lot of it from the previous administration, as a matter of fact. But our CFO and our deputy CFO were able to find documentation and provide that justification for how those funds are set within the parameters, guidelines for what they're outlined for, so we addressed that, so that's no longer an issue.
Have
We
we
had that potential.
Have we heard from the Office of Inspector General, like saying we're good or we got everything? I know that we sent them a big packet. It was a lot of documents, because you talk about all the documents from 2020 to 2021, 2022.
Yeah, there were several years there, so maybe you can look this, have you got response from them?
No response from the Office of General, saying like the tribe had a few $1 million that was being questioned
Yeah,
by the Office of the Inspector General. So we haven't heard anything.
not yet, not yet.
Now, we finally got a chance. May I address that?
Figure
I
out
have
they-
first hand.
yes.
Yes.
We'll recognize the Attorney General.
Okay. Yeah, we have sent them probably 128 gig thumb drive. And they acknowledged receipt of that, and this was the first time that we had an opportunity to defend our position. We were up against the Castro firm out of Florida. And they made allegations against us, and we finally got to the heart of the matter, and we had a company that handled our audits. And they filled out the spreadsheet inaccurately. And so it represented that we had, or use a German term, verschnoodled all our money away
Okay,
without proper accounting, and once we got the blanks filled correctly. Through great effort by Michelle Babcock and CFO Weaver. We were able to present our side and get an accurate portrayal. And the OIG was kind enough, we have a new one that came on during the administrative switch. And they said that notify us as soon as they had a chance to review our voluminous documents. So,
Okay.
and as of today, that has not occurred.
okay. So we're still pending a response from them. Okay. Let me, it's connected to the coronavirus funding, but ARPA funding. Has the tribe, have there been any audits, finding or investigations related to the Kiowa tribe's use of our ARPA funding?
Not to my knowledge, except for the OIG inquiry.
Okay. But that was coronavirus funding, right?
We've got clean audits. Well, that's the same, related,
It's related, but
but we've had clean audits.
okay,
That's why we have to have 3 years of clean audits in order to be considered for self-governance, and so we've demonstrated that, we've shown that. So we're fortunate to have that.
in terms of auditing, do we have a different company that does, I know it's good business practice to change your audit company every few years, are
Every
we?
3 years, but we're required to by constitution,
Yes, okay,
and so we do that.
so that is happening,
Yes,
Okay.
of course, by constitution.
yeah, absolutely. Currently, do we use ARPA funds to help assist with elder payments?
Not this year,
Not this year.
we have to find money,
Mhm.
but we didn't have it for this year, we didn't budget for this, because we had to. Expend or obligate all the ARPA funds by December 31st of last year. And that's why the challenge is with no budget in place, is that last year's budget was funded quite a bit by ARPA funds. That did not roll over because, our constitution says that we don't have a budget. Then we
Reverts
use the
back.
previous year's budget. Well, that's fine and dandy if you have money, but we don't have ARPA money. To fund those pieces that are still in our budget. That's a challenge that we have with no budget in hand.
So at this time, you're able to find the funding to assist our elders with keeping it at $1,000, is that correct?
That's $2 million we have to find, yes, I may be out of compliance with that, but we found some money that. Is flexible for us to use, because a lot of the funding we get is optional for us to use for. Economic development or for governance or for whatever, and so we found the money. We pay our elders $1,000, and that's starting in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks. And so we can't, to me, that's a decision that we all probably would support, we can't not pay our elders. That
Yes.
we depend on them. We had a school, back to school thing we had, and again, that was funded by ARPA money last year, so we have to find other sources of funds. To pay that, because I know you were one of the people that wanted that to continue. And we have other things that are starting to come to us. And I've had a challenge of a little whammy, the federal shutdown, and soon, as long as they have to shut down, we're gonna have. No sources of federal funds to operate some of our programs. We're okay through the end of this year, I think. But next year it's gonna start getting challenging, but we have no travel budget as well, and there's problems with that, big problems. That's gonna only compound, the moment that goes on without business place.
So since you brought up the topic of budget,
Yeah,
expenditures issued from the tribe on behalf of community organizations, nonprofits, churches, and cultural societies. Have all of those expenditures for this year. I think we saw a report. Can we pull that up?
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Well, we've exceeded those.
I did see that. So,
That budget was $100,000,
uh-huh.
and the new.
So we're gonna have to change our budget.
You know, increase that, and so we paid the Hardy Victory Club, even though we're over budget,
Mhm.
and we're gonna have to stop any other discretionary, but we have specific organizations that are cited for support, right? Our cultural groups, our churches, and the Carnegie Bacon Club and Tower War Mothers, for examples, that we have specific. They're cited specifically in the sponsorship act,
Mhm.
and so we've had to fund this. But discretionary one, we're just stopping that altogether because we don't have this budget.
Did we add in the Oklahoma City Powwow Club? Are
They were added,
they were added into that money?
if I remember correctly, they were added.
So we'll have to review that, but I just want to ensure that those expenditures are justified and documented. Did you find that sponsorship list, Jason?
I'm looking for it right now. Warren, I'll get it up for you.
I don't think it's necessary. We can move on.
Okay.
I'll come back, or I'll engage the chairman about that independently.
Okay,
So. I want to I want to change topics once again, and then I think I'll be done here in about 10 minutes. Grants and whistleblower protections, what protections does the tribe have? In terms of whistleblower protections for employees?
I believe it's in our old policy, but we're updating our policy to take those, because if they, of course, we don't want people to bring information to us and there'll be retaliation. That's not fair. And so it's gonna be in our updated HR policies, but I think there is one in a very, very old policy, I think it's 2011. So that's how it was updated. So we're actually working on updating the HR policy. We had a challenge for the past couple of years of our HR director position. It's hard to get people who find some of these positions. But I think we gotta build the HR director now. We're working on updating our HR policies. To not only include that, but other things that we see necessary to update them.
In terms of whistleblower protection, have there been any danger to any of the Department of Interior grants or BIA grants? With the whistleblower contacting those funding agencies?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there are people that contact and write and stuff to our outside agencies, so we can't stop that.
Mm-hmm.
Internally, I'm supposed to be the only one that negotiates and has communication with the outside government. Agencies, that's outlined in our constitution. I try to make sure I hold to that.
So is there currently someone at the tribe working grants? I know that there was an Abraham Pedro that was employed and grants was terminated in 2025. Do we currently have an active grant writer?
Yes, I believe we're working in that role.
Who's now serving in that role?
Same as Justin Booth.
Justin Booth, okay.
But we're not just relying on him, because there's so many grant needs that we're encouraging the parent to train all of our directors to be active in grant preparation, because we need everybody to be involved in that effort. There's a lot of grants still, even though there's government shutdown, there's a lot of grants still that we just haven't been taking advantage. But that's one problem that we've had. I wanted four grant writers working for us, to address each one of the divisions. And can't get people in those positions.
Okay. Then I have a question about, has there been any directive from the office of the chairman to cease or suspend communications with the legislative branch?
I just want to, I just clarified the process because a lot of our staff and the directors felt like they were being bullied by the legislators, so. I advised them and I sent a memo to you guys too, that please send an inquiries to me and I will. Relay that information to the pertinent staff and provide the information that you want. And that's, I still want to branch kind of have that line of communication. Maintained so I can know what's going on, what's being asked and. And they feel more comfortable with that because some of them got bullied by you guys. To be honest.
So departments and programs felt bullied by the
Some
legislative
individuals,
branch.
yes, they did, yeah. I'm just relating.
So what is the process? What process are you outlining for communications? with-
Can directly to me, information or questions or ideas, anything, direct to me in central memo or whatever. And I'll get the information and provide it to you guys.
So you'll be our single point of contact, or your office would be, right?
Yeah, that would be, I think, more efficient process.
I get emails from programs all the time
Well,
about different things and questions and I guess moving forward, I guess I'll CC you and everybody and all that communication.
that's only fair from them, but you know, if you're complaining about me, then that's up to you guys. to see what-
I don't think these aren't complaints,
I'm not-
just
I'm not gonna
ideas.
stop them from complaining that I'm doing something wrong. I don't want to go that far. I just want the communication line come from maybe the speaker to chair. That's what I do with our judicial branch. I contact the chief justice, if anything that has to do with our court or judicial process. Keep the line clean and impact on the issue.
And I only asked that question because the last administration sent out a memorandum, I think a directive to cease all communications with any part of the legislative branch. I wanted to make sure that that wasn't happening now.
Well, I'm just, no, I'm not stopping that. I'm just saying, that's really the process.
Okay.
And of course, he kicked everybody out too, that you had offices at the headquarters. You went an extra step.
Speaker, I think I'm gonna,
Warren, what I'm saying, I've got the sponsorship act and the sponsorships up if you want to. use
no,
it.
I think I'll visit with the chairman offline on that this time.
Yeah.
Speaker, that concludes my line of questioning. I think I'm good on time, so. I think we're going about an hour for each, right?
Yes, just about.
Maybe I'll take a 5 minute, may I motion to take a 5 minute bio break?
I second that. We have a month and a second to take a break. Vote on a recess, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We are in recess.
11:17 will be our,
In a second. Session. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? We are back in session. At this moment, I will turn it over to legislator DeLong.
Thank you, Speaker. Nice to see you this morning, Chairman. With respect to kind of the format, our legal counsel, Jason, is going to be submitting the documents that we'll take a look at underneath the document camera. That is a handy tool that helps those on Zoom and get everyone as well. See kind of what we're referring to. As you're aware, Chairman, the document production was pretty copious. So some of the items have kind of multiple. Issues under the program of a specific number. So Jason, if you could pull 43 up, that would be all there.
43F. Okay,
Correct. That is 42.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to that sequence. Well, actually, let's go with this since you already kind of pulled it.
it's okay, I can vote for
We can
you.
go here. So in terms of this, I kind of just wanted to revisit a topic that Legislator Wheaton brought up in this discussion. And he had specifically kind of queried you about the sort of new directive to cease communication with the legislative branch among the executive branch. And so I'm kind of thinking back to the sequence of our interactions as government branches over the course of the spring. And this is the one that sort of stood out to me, just in my memory. So this is from May 23rd, 2025. And this is a letter that you sent to the legislature notifying us that we had been asking questions about the NIGC investigation to the KCOA and to also the Cabo Gaming Commission, just to get some clarification on different components, because of course, we're all aware that the NIGC investigation remains ongoing, and at that time, there was a little bit of ambiguity. And Jason, if you could sort of move down, scroll down, we can take a look at that. You said that we will no longer produce any documents or share any investigative materials with you. And we also stated that we were going to direct Mr. McMahon and Mr. Lamavia that they are not obliged to respond to or provide written information to you regarding the matters contained in your letter. And Jason, if we can go to 8, I believe I, and then 8H. Want to take a look at the initial kind of outreach, that sort of some synopsizes kind of what we were reaching out to Mr. McMahon and Mr. Lamavia regarding. So this particular query was from the legislature to DCOA Chairman McMahon about a January 26th or 25th, 2025 Facebook post that he authored. I believe it was a comment, actually, with President up there, it wasn't a post, it was a comment in which he said that the NIGC investigation had concluded or alluded to its conclusion, and he believes that the NIGC had found all KCOA listed innocent of wrongdoing, and the tribe had as well. Because at that time, to our knowledge, the NIGC investigation was still ongoing, we reached out to Mr. McMahon for clarity about his own words relative to what he had published on social media to tribe citizens. And then we have a follow-up on 8, I believe H, where we are simply kind of providing clarification to him because he asked for clarity about specifically, I believe he solicited a screenshot and then wanted further, I guess, elucidation about what we were asking. And so is this kind of, you mentioned bullying as a concern or report. So does this represent bullying to you?
Well, I'm not going to specify who came to me or put those feelings. But Willard just says that, I was concerned that, it's my responsibility again to communicate with outside government agencies on issues, and this is definitely was a sensitive issue that I want to make sure that we had the communications flowing from me only, from the tribe, and not from you guys, not from the KCOA or anybody else. And so, why even again, probably this represents my letter back to NIGC after reviewing all the documents that I got from the KCOA when I met with them, because I wanted to give them the opportunity to present their side of the story, because it was very bad information that was submitted to the NIGC from John Peters when he was going out the door. So it's kind of like a retaliatory action initiated by John Peters, as we all know. And so he basically wanted to create a lot of issues if he was going to be terminated. And so he initiated this communication with the NIGC, sharing a whistleblower. And so I want to keep this between me and the NIGC, and people need to understand that it's very sensitive. I want to be very people communicating.
if I could just interject for a minute, I don't mean to interrupt you. But we'll dive into those nuances kind of later probably. So you'll have the opportunity to expound upon your kind of perspective on those issues. But my kind of question, just to, for clarity purposes, is just limited narrowly to, you mentioned that there had been reports or shared feelings about kind of perspectives that the legislature was bullying folks. And so I just wanted to specifically kind of revisit the one clear directive that I remember from you where you're stating that you are directing folks under the executive branch.
Yeah.
To cease communication with the legislature and just get clarity here that, you know, do you feel that us asking Chairman Bakmahan about public commentary that he himself wrote on social media, do you feel that's bullying?
Well, it could certainly feel that way to him, I don't know, trying to answer that from him.
Well, I guess so, but I would think that all appointed officials or elected officials kind of have to be accountable for their public remarks that they make to track citizens. Does that sound reasonable to you? Sure. Okay. Jason, if we could go to 43F.
Got it.
We're gonna kind of hopscotch around and topics just to make sure that we get a broad canvas, because I know as you're kind of aware, sharing the you know, scope of topics is relatively broad. And so in terms of kind of the next question, so
Yeah.
Jason, what's it up?
Give me a second, put these up.
Yeah.
One sec.
We always have just as a byproduct of you know, old school binder paper components, there'll be a little bit of delay in terms of the timeline around.
Lot of papers from being.
Okay, so this is item 43F, and this is a directive.
Yeah.
To acting CFO at the time, Summer Palmer, in May 2023, it's signed by you. And it's for reimbursement to Hollis ASAP, and this identifies Mr. ASAP as the general manager for Indian City Screen Printing.
Yes.
And can you just confirm that that was Mr. ASAP's role and title for the duration of kind of the Indian City Screen Printing endeavor? Is that right? Okay. And then is Mr. ASAP an enrolled member of the Kiowa tribe?
No, he's mentioned.
Okay. And have you ever had any familial relationship with Mr. ASAP through blood or marriage?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Long
well,
time, he was a whole brother-in-law, yes.
okay,
I was married to his sister.
okay.
The Walters. Okay.
That's something, we learn something new every day. I did not know that. So, so just clarification. In terms of kind of the next question, is that'll be 43B. Okay, so these are the top lines for Indian City's screen printing. And what the kind of top header says, Jason, if you can enlarge it a little bit for people. I know we want to keep everything on the screen, but just so kind of folks are aware and confirm, this is kind of expenditures according to the header from the beginning of fiscal year 23 until halfway through fiscal year 24, I believe. And it indicates that the sort of end date there is December 15, 2023. And the top lines there reflected therein are a total revenue of $10,699, total expenses of $458,000, and some change, basically effectively kind of $7 short of $459,000, and a net loss for the entire undertaking of $448,294.19. Does that sound like an accurate synopsis of Indian City Screen Printing year?
I'm assuming that that's accurate from our business CFO, they validated that.
Okay. Would you say that a loss of almost $500,000, would you say that constitutes relatively heavy financial hit to the tribe?
Yes, it was an investment, yes.
Okay. Kind of like within the scope of the duration of Indian City Screen Printing, did you have any oversight? What was the nature of your oversight role of that endeavor?
Well, I met with Hollis regularly to, First, we brought him on board, had him stand up, the screen printing company, because he's done that before. That's why he was brought on board. It was experience, not because he was a. Right, and we love this experience in industry. So I brought him on board with the instructions to train pilots, you know, how to do screen printing, but he was doing that. So.
In terms of business plans, was one ever developed or authored for Indian City screen printing?
He was working on one, but he never really completed it, so I asked him to complete it, but he never got to. So he-
Do you feel that the lack of a business plan contributed to a loss of almost $500,000 for the tribe?
Well, there's a lot of factors that contributed to that. First of all, you know, if you're gonna start any business, it's gonna take some upfront expense to start it. And one of the other decisions that I made, because part of that was rent payment for that building that we weren't using, because I tried to get out of the lease, and that's the Hardee's building, almost 4,000 a month. And I thought we were wasting a place that we're paying lease for, so I wanted to make use of that for something that would eventually pay for itself, pay for the lease expenses. Well, yes, it would take a couple of years to get this on a profitable basis, but we're getting there. And there was a budget that I inherited that included a lot of options for us from the ARPA funding to fund economic development is one of the components. So yes, I made that decision based on what I understood was within my authority to answer the budget.
And in terms of, you mentioned kind of the 4 years of experience, is it standard to have a $500,000 approximately investment and yield only return of $10,000 over the course of?
Well, it depends on the business, it depends on the startup. Plans in place, 7 years, depends on the industry. So you have to understand the startup phase and I think upfront investment for these businesses. So that's why I'm looking for investment money for corporate.
What does a startup phase entail if the business plan is not complete?
What is the what?
What does the startup phase of a business endeavor entail if the business
Well,
plan is not complete?
Basically, it was of course retrofitting the building to support the industry, the business. Retrofitting business, there have to be ventilation systems in there. There have to be equipment purchase. And so we bought equipment to provide a high volume printing as well as manual lower volume printing in that facility. And other ancillary supplies, inks and screens and so forth, so yes, there was not part investment. My intent was to provide our own material for a gift shop. You know, our own material for a gift shop and all the programs that. Print fruits, a lot, and you.
Did the casino or the gift shop ever purchase any t-shirts from?
Yes, they did.
They did? Okay.
They just started to, because again, there's a lot of things in place, I hope that Tower Incorporated could have been stood up sooner, and as you know, we had Tower Incorporated as a federal charter in place, and we vetted that in my first few months. And so we want to stand that up, but the whole charter, we vetted that with the BIA, so it was ready to go. We passed it on to you with my understanding that we should okay with doing that for to get approval, but it was a lot of work done by Ahmad to rework that corporation, and so, and then we never did get that stood up, and so that's been kind of like the. Things have been taking a lot longer than what I thought, so again, it's on me that my understanding that you start up businesses, with the timeline that it'll take. It's really taking a lot longer than what I anticipated, but again, that's my error, not taking responsibility, but again. That was my decision within the parameters of what's granted to me in the Constitution, dealing with our approved budget. And good, bad, and different, that was my decision, so.
So do you feel that,
Do you feel that?
do you feel that an investment of more capital, more drive money would have made Indian City screen printing successful?
That's all really thinking about this. It was just Now we go off. We've been almost a year training one of the tribal citizens who finished training. Moved on. Until we will start over with training. What my intent was to train people and take over eventually. Yes, it would have taken some more, not that much, but it would have taken some more, but we bought all the best supplies to see what that time.
Well, you mentioned that you have weekly meetings with Hollis and.
Well, it's a weekly, regular meetings.
Okay, regular. In terms of those routine meetings, and that sounds like a pretty hands-on oversight role.
Yeah.
So when did you first become aware that the, Endeavor was effectively operating at a loss of $100,000?
My rules and operated lost from day one. Well, I just kept getting information from someone, but she was our acting CFO at the time. And she was giving me that information and how it's doing that.
In terms of, Jason, I'm not gonna ask you to hop to this, but item 55 in the binders, just for reference, everyone who wants to take a look at it, is, the fiscal year 24 budget. And, you kind of got something to the data point, for the entire satisfied from emergency assistance distributed by social services in fiscal year 24 was $388,000. And there was also a $50,000 line item that fiscal year in the executive branch budget for emergency services. And so the amount lost by emergency printing on the course of those 18 months was greater than the combined aggregate emergency assistance allocations funded by the trial in the annual budget that I believe your office developed for fiscal year 2024. I agree with that. Do you see how that would be troubling, optically, just that sort of sense? Sure. 43. So this is entitled Summary Expenditure Report. For what is dramatically coded. As you can see, it's I've got a non-touch development. Line items are the sort of fund that have economic development initiatives. And it appears based on numbers that was kind of further deconstruction essentially of kind of what we be, which is just the top lines of the investment in the outlay in Indian City School printing and then the return on the profits. And so on this document, it's more document, we'll leave a summary, at least I'm just connecting the dots. That the budget for Indian City screen printing was only $300,000. But the venture has spent $458,993 at the point that she made this document, which were presumably December 2023. So does that sound accurate to you? You mentioned that you just sort of deferred to the chat.
Yeah. What's some of the thinking?
Okay. How often, in your experience in your 40 years of business, do ventures go over kind of allocations by 50%?
Well, a lot. Because again, when you start the business, there's risk and you don't know what the reality is when you get into it. But you make decisions along the way, you pay the course, you pull the plug off the machines, if you don't want to invest more, but find out that you don't work. And that's what was happening here, but it's taking so long for the other, budget stuff. That one was 1 year, and I believe the expenditures was overlapping to a year and a half or 2 years timeline. But anyway, so yes, they went over the original 1 year budget. I think it was 2023. I mean, 2023 budget, because 2022 budget is already in hand.
Okay. You mentioned like the determination of when to pull the plug. How do you determine when to pull the plug?
When you don't think there's gonna be revenue to support the active operations.
Okay.
Again, the developed business plan would have helped, define it and help with that. Again, that was
Where, so I guess, you mentioned, TV is a problem, you were asking for, you know, TV is fun. So where do you feel that gap in communication arose where there was never one actually produced?
Well, I feel like there's a gap in communication. Yeah, challenges, Steve, that we know what we're doing. Yeah. So I was kind of giving them leeway to, I'm sorry, these places. You're getting operation. As well as finding large customers in way too. And securing, big customers, approach to big customers for high volume type of business, because small jobs are great, but high volume jobs are great. But he's been kind of on that stuff. Learn to actually get working in things that they only do, potentially fighters.
Okay. I believe the expenditure kind of numbers there reflects 70,000 spent on supplies and t-shirts, and I'm just gonna. Assume that's correct based upon. Deferring to Summer's, you know, analysis and data.
That's probably about that for inventory, I guess, of course, you want to generate revenue above the books, and you have to develop your margin. About that.
So $78,000 on t-shirts. But only $10,000 in profit, so where did those t-shirts go?
There's a lot of inventory that was there, place when we shut it down, with the rest of the legislators.
What happened to the inventory?
Went to the gift shop, basically, and I think they started selling some of that. Some of that's still in inventory, but they couldn't have printing on it.
Okay, so there's effectively dead stock of,
Pretty much, yeah, because we don't have, yeah,
is there a plan to utilize those?
yes, there will be, not one now, there will be.
Okay. Just curious, since Indian City Screen Printing shut down in December of 2023, correct?
Sounds right.
Okay, so the debt stock has effectively just been kind of floating around since then, or kind of housed in.
It's been sitting in the facility that we have to move
Okay,
because they sold it.
in terms of the equipment, was that sold or does it?
No, it's in storage and I'm making a determination, we wanna find a buyer for that or what we're gonna use for that, but I was gonna let the board of directors decide that, what to do with that utility.
Okay. And in terms of, I guess. Just the timeline, since it's been almost 2 years since we kind of had the. Equipment and the t-shirts that stock in storage. There's kind of just no prospective. Timetable for when there will be a determination made. In kind of. When those steps will happen, when they will be sold or when they will be reappropriated.
That will happen when our Kyle Incorporated Board of Directors gets appointed and we can start up Kyle Incorporated and they can determine what to do with it. And how to start other businesses that already have a plan. And so, but again, I put that on hold and I recognize that I have to have Kyle Incorporated in the business structure in place. Until those special board of directors make those kinds of decisions, so I have my hands full with our tribal government.
Okay. In terms of your 40 years of experience in business, is it standard operating procedure to start a business without a business plan?
Yes, there's been a lot of businesses that were started without a business plan. It's not ideal. Okay, my preference would be to have a plan. Well, that's why I came up with a strategic plan to develop a plan. Again, there's a lot of factors that influence me kind of do this right away, because we had a facility that we're paying substantial fees, our lease out of. And we were using it all, actually 3 offices. Out of those leases, in order to save us money, could not, because of the structure, so. The lease option was to try to make use of it at least, so that was part of the driving decision, because I have to take ownership to that decision. It was a big investment. But I saw that as part of my duty given to me by the Constitution to implement the budget that I inherited.
Okay. In terms of something legislator Wheaton kind of approached thematically, does it make sense why the legislature would want to see a business plan? Pretty concrete one for any undertakings that have initiated and the enterprise arena after kind of this.
That's certainly legitimate.
Okay. You mentioned kind of the 10-year strategic plan and that there has never been a plan brought like that to the tribe.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and obviously a loss of this magnitude was not part of that plan. And in terms of the kind of element that you raised just now with respect to the leagues, how much per month, do you remember, was the lease?
It was supposed to, it's just under 4,000.
Okay, so we would have lost $48,000 per year, so.
We had to lose, for at least a year, maybe more than a year.
Okay. Well,
And there's other places as well that would be paid for that we didn't occupy.
but there are other kind of offices within the tribe that rent as well, do they not?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking through $48,000 as a loss for Annam obviously sounds more attractive than a loss of $448,000 for Annam.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. In terms of documents, Jason, let's go to 43A. This might be a little duplicative, but just to sort of, you know, dive into the historical record. So this is an email from Summer Palmer dated December 14th, 2023. You and a member of the executive branch. And in it, she raises the alarm that the bank account for Indian City Screen Printing only has $340 left. In it at the time that she wrote the email. And she says in the kind of text of the email, we don't have enough to pay the people in under the scope of operating under the purview of the Indian City School Printing. And she says that there may be the imperative to move their salaries to another program within the tribe. Do you know if those salaries were moved to another program at that time?
No, I believe we found another source of discretionary funds to keep funding that.
Okay, what was the line item for those discretionary funds? Was it like
Oh, I
ARPA?
think it was in the ARPA funds again, the
Okay,
ARPA funds that were already approved.
okay, so.
But my understanding was there was a pool of money that we could determine what to do with it. It was pretty broad in its guidelines.
Okay,
Economic development was again part of that. And so I used my discretion to use that for the purpose.
so in terms of kind of that component. It sounds though like the ARPA funds that were applied to the payroll kind of at the end were not originally sort of envisioned to be applied to this. And they kind of operated as a bailout, so to speak, a de facto bailout.
Well, actually, there's actually no specific spending of the ARPA money outlined in the budget. Matter of fact, we had a whole administration operating out of ARPA that were being paid by ARPA. 25 or so people were working on there. The only thing that was happening that I could see is that people were getting assistance, emergency assistance if it's necessary. But that was like a duplicated administration of 25 people operating in a facility there where we had already people with finance people and operations people and procurement people working in the government. So there's a lot of things that are happening that were crazy. So I'm trying to, again, use my discretion, start an enterprise that would create jobs and create some revenue. But if, again, that would be, that need to have a investment to be started. That was all tied to, again, I looked at ARPA funds, but again, it's pretty broad. in supporting what the tribe needed.
Sort of, just a curiosity point, do you know how much dead stock and t-shirts, like how many, like? In terms of, we kind of went through that, there was $78,000 applied to t-shirt stock. And then, there was only a $10,000 net profit or gross profit actually for the endeavor, so does that mean that there's, in terms of the volume of t-shirt stock, that's kind of in storage, is it worth tens of $1,000s or what's the?
I couldn't tell you that.
Okay.
You know, like we sitting there and different people had access to that building, meetings and so forth. And you know, t-shirts stock or sitting around, you know, might not necessarily stay. So I don't, we haven't get the final inventory of what's left, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Do you know when there will be a final inventory?
Again, I was referring to our business enterprise, so looking at all of that and determining what, how to move forward or not. And that has yet to be established.
Is there kind of a specific reason you're kind of referring to the business?
So as I was, I want to make those business decisions. We're any for-profit business,
Pardon?
for any for-profit business. That's what the design is, the plan is to have Kyle Incorporated focus on for-profit business development.
Yes, well, profit is the goal. Okay.
Profit and jobs, those are always the two goals.
Jason, can you go to 43G? So this might be a little duplicative as well, but it just is sort of a historical artifact from that time. And if you move it down, I think it's like 2 pages. So this is correspondence from Richard Mattenhon, and I believe 2022, around December. And he is stating that, the quote, printing venture would be a win for the tribe, end quote. And then also quote, I haven't seen the business plan nor the ROI, but I trust leadership's judgment since Lawrence's background is in business and economic development, end quote. When you, kind of answered the question that I had from that particular artifact, which is, that there wasn't a business plan. You also stated correct that the casino could buy t-shirts printed.
We started to, yeah, sorry, man.
Okay. In terms of kind of the further commentary from Mr. McMahon, he says, quote, the tribe can keep both tribal and casino gift shops stocked with Kiowa apparel, which sells like hotcakes, end quote. So in terms of, you're saying that they started to purchase t-shirts, was, you know, the endeavor itself seems like it kind of, the lifespan was over the course of about a year, you know,
A year and a half, I think.
Yeah. So was there a reason why, given the assessment from Casey Chair, that Kiowa apparel sells like hotcakes? That sort of enlistment of goods from Indian City screen printing did not happen more quickly, because it seems if the sort of judgment is from the casino is that it sells very rapidly, that they would be willing or wanting to, you know, access or order from Indian City screen printing, kind of from a job. So was there a reason that did not happen?
Well, there's several factors that prevent the actual production startup. I mean, there's a lot of issues involved, finances and structure, for instance, to afford timely acquisitions of the product. In order for us to turn around job offers and so forth, because a lot of jobs that we started getting were they wanted a quick turnaround, and it was taking over a month for us to actually purchase inventory. And so there's a lot of structural issues that we weren't ready for, that I didn't know about when we moved into this business. And so there was a lot of internal dysfunction that we weren't prepared for. And so again, I take a credit or blame, whatever you want to call it, for that, but I was still new in my office and I didn't know. I was used to businesses moving forward more quickly than that, but again, under our government structure, it just was very, very slow and cumbersome. That really took a lot of time. We even buy inventory of t-shirts. So there was a lot of that structural factor was involved that I didn't foresee.
How did the government structure cause a delay in the buying of t-shirts? Are you talking about the sort of procurement process?
Yes, the procurement process itself. There was, some of the providers needed credit approvals for us to buy a net 30 basis. And it took a lot of time to get them information, to get those in place, so that's just one email.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Economic Development Due Diligence Act of 2018?
I'm not.
Okay, it's sort of obviously an old law from around, by the date, the origins of kind of the new constitution. And, it specifically addresses in there, the requirements or mandates for a clinic project that was being undertaken at that time. But the language in the statute sort of, extrapolates out to, broad economic development initiatives. And so, kind of the finding was that the tribe should establish a process to evaluate potential economic development projects, including the clinic project, to determine their viability. And section 1.4 says that the director of the planning office, or in the absence of a director, the chairman or his designee, shall conduct thorough due diligence investigations and evaluations, including the preparation of written reports, analyzing each potential economic development project under consideration by the tribe. So in kind
So
of,
I'm familiar with that now, so the other things states.
so was a written analysis of viability conducted for this?
No,
Okay, and in terms of the subsequent, sort of economic undertakings that the tribe is engaged in, will have economic analyses or written analyses been, commissioned by and sort of completed by the chairman's office for those endeavors?
probably need to involve in ranking feasibility studies being completed before moving forward with new business, including study and pharmacy. Well, those haven't been completed. We're looking at other opportunities, but again, we're in the early feasibility development stage, and so we're not gonna move forward until that is completed to show the viability of the enterprise.
Let's take a look at 43C. So this is Summer's general ledger transaction report. And so it looks to me like, based upon the 10,699 figure, this is documentation of all sales during the lifespan of Indian City Screen Printing. And if we look at it, it seems like all of those sales, at least what was reflected in the 10,000 figure, they occurred within a span of 2.5 months, from August of 2023 to October of 2023. And there were a total of 7 sales. So this would be presumably correct, based upon Summer's document.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's correct, sure.
Okay.
Again, I'll defer to them as being able to put together the financial information.
Okay, I don't see like a sale to the casino at all.
No, that would never happen. We were planning on it, but it never.
Okay, so there never was any sale to the casino or to the Cattle Trap gift shop.
Right.
Okay.
We're getting there, but we shut it down before that happened.
So the line item or the funding, I believe, started in the prior fiscal year, kind of kicked in with the modification. If I'm remembering things correctly, there was a budget modification. And so how did it take kind of, this is obviously towards the lifespan of the end of the lifespan for Indian City Screen Printing, where it ends in December. And the last sale is in October, but we haven't had any sales whatsoever until August of that year. So what caused, that's, 8 months towards the first half of the year where no sales were executed.
Well, it was acquiring equipment, retrofitting it, getting it up and going, getting the building, prepared to operate. So there's a lot of preparatory time and wrap-up time involved in that before we're good. And also training or our employee. That is not too.
Is it,
There's a lot of preparatory work.
is it standard for businesses to take, 8 months to over a year to complete their first kind of transaction?
Well, there's no standard, it depends on the business and the industry. So for this kind of thing, yeah, probably 8 months to a year to get everything in place. Right, whatever.
Has the tribe engaged in any sort of tiki making business endeavors within the past year?
That's in the plans, that's our town brokering started.
Okay, and has any equipment or supplies been purchased for that?
Yes, we bought 2 solutions.
Okay. And is there a site for that?
We have a store right now, but we're looking at a site. But
Okay,
again, we want to wait until the town incorporated board of directors, whenever that happens, it's on board.
So- is there a plan? Is there a business plan for that
No,
undertaking? Okay, so you're waiting for the board of directors to
the
create
town
a plan?
incorporated board of directors to get in place and hire a CEO or somebody. For the corporation and order the subsidiaries, and so they'll devise business plan, how we're gonna step up these, and they may change. Some of the plans that I have for businesses and bring new ones or. Not wanna move forward with some of those that I've outlined, that's fine, I'm referring them to them when they come on board.
Is there any sort of, I guess. Intent or roadmap for purchasing more equipment at this time before?
No, not at this time,
Okay, is that a possibility?
no.
Okay.
Again, I'm deferring it because, again. I got used to the fact that you guys wanna look at everything I do. So I better follow the letter of the law, and so that's what I intend to do at this point. Again, I was new to this role, and I thought myself as the authority to implement the budget that was approved. So I was doing that. And so now. I'll move forward in a more appropriate manner instead of trying to, get things going sooner than later. But again, business enterprises need to fall under our business oversight structure that we are trying to develop. Or I have developed, I just need a board of directors to get it moving in earnest and get startup funding in place so that we can start it up. I think that again, I think that's every tribe that wants to grow and generate revenue. Uses this structure. To move forward with, and we're no different, we should start this, but we have nothing. So I said, one to see on Red River right now.
If the tribe were to incur. Another loss in the ballpark of $448,000. What is the first thing that we would have to cut from the budget?
We wouldn't suffer that loss, because I'm not gonna make that kind of decision again.
Jason, can we move to 32A? So we're gonna hopscotch a little bit, not terribly. Still kind of under the same umbrella. Thematically. So as you can see, this is correspondence dated June 30th. 2023 to its Theodore Nuncio. And is Mr. Nuncio a member of the Kiowa tribe, just for kind of?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and have you ever had a familial relationship of letter marriage with Mr. Nuncio?
Not previous to meeting him when he came to. Right.
So this particular document. In your kind of correspondence to him, you characterize this communication and the text of the letter. As quote, a cash investment end quote totaling $50,000. And you state that the structure of that investment will consist of an outlay of $10,000. Dispersed over that and sequentially over 5 months. So did you consider this letter when you wrote it? From your perspective, did it represent any sort of contractual agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. And have there been other members of the tribe with privately owned businesses that the executive branch or the tribe has invested in over the course of the past, 3 years?
No, because we're trying to set up the Coward Tribal Loan Fund to make loans to tribal entrepreneurs.
Okay, so since it's characterized as an investment, did you consider it effectively a loan, or what did you consider?
No, I considered it investment,
Okay,
or
so,
percentage of his business and it's getting started.
okay, so, my question is essentially, there's no element or kind of provision in the text of the letter where it specifies that percentage. Why is it absent from this letter?
I thought there was a percentage, I made it up.
I can read the,
Okay, so I think at the time, I wasn't sure what kind of percentage or what kind of upfront investment he would be requiring. And how that would compare to our upfront investment of 50,000. To help him get that business started in our area. And so, but I thought there was some, but I may be wrong.
in terms of kind of an investment. There's no percentage, but there also appears to be no timetable for when kind of ownership or stakeholdership will take place. So did you have the idea of when that sort of return on investment?
No, I didn't know what the timeline is, but as a private citizen, again, my being in business development for so long, I wanted to help him get the business started up and invest in him in the early phase. So we were meeting with a lot of people, and Dark was where it was targeted to be located. So there was a lot of sitting down and meeting with people, building access and finding opportunities to place this plant. Ultimately, it didn't work out in Anadarko, and he's about to acquire property in blocks, and so we're going to talk to him about this investment. What is that percentage? What is that going to interpret as far as a percentage for the Cow Tribe? It's relatively a small amount for what he's looking at in this investment for starting this manufacturing plant a lot.
Did the kind of talks between you and Mr. Nuncio, did they sort of entail or ever address anything like you serving on the board of this company?
No.
Okay. And in terms of, it sounds effectively, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but purchasing or putting cash outlay in for an investment, or a percentage, that sounds effectively like buying stock. Are you aware of any laws or regulations, kind of governing the tribe when it comes to purchasing stocks in private companies?
No, I'm not.
Okay. In terms of kind of this particular data point, and I think it was the only sort of correspondence for Juice during document production, so it's kind of the only thing that we have to go on in terms of this kind of interaction, but it appears that there's no conditions or qualifications related to the tribe's outlay of $50,000. Was that money ever paid back? Did we in fact have a percentage in this Native Brands of America?
Well,
now?
I'm waiting for him to get it started, and it's been taking a while, that one too. But we haven't sat down and talked about that yet.
So
But he hasn't started up yet, so he's working on getting the actual plant started up.
are there any internal controls or tracking on the money? Like, does he have to provide an update to you?
50,000?
Yeah.
Well, no, he just, he was moving back to Oklahoma to focus on getting this, business started here. But I asked him if he was he initially looked at starting up Choctaw Country, east side of the state, and I asked him if he could start it in our territory, and Darko was initially, because again, it would create jobs for some of our citizens if we look at, so it's encouraging to focus on our area. So we haven't got to the point of, now he's got this financing in place, and he's pretty close to getting it, as I understand. Then we can sit down and talk about what this means for the Coward Tribe, but we gotta get something out of this investment.
So is this organized as an LLC or an Inc. or what, how would you just characterize it?
It's an Oklahoma LLC.
Okay, so it exists as a company, so does the tribe own any percentage of the company, even though it's a shell? Has that been sort of, worked out in terms of your?
No,
interaction with them?
we're not a member. LLCs are owned by members. It's owned member one.
Okay, so the tribe expended $50,000 to a private business,
Yes,
and so what does the tribe have in return?
again, some interest in the enterprise once to get it set up.
But currently, and for the past 2.5 years, the tribe has had nothing. We don't have an ownership
They
stake.
don't have anything in place yet, yes.
And is there a timetable or expectation for when there will be those details worked out?
When he gets all the financing in place and knows where he stands on acquiring a manufacturing plant in Lawton, again, we're getting pretty close to that. Then we can sit down and see what the whole project that he's looking at is gonna cost and what our initial investment is gonna contribute to as far as our ownership.
So sounds to me, and you can correct this sort of interpretation if I'm wrong, but it sounds effectively like the tribe has dispersed money to a privately owned business. And it's kind of a situation of give money first, work out the details later.
Yeah, again, with the interest of helping the private citizens, stand up a business. Again, that was a decision that I made.
How
How the
many,
business get established in our area.
have any other tribe members appealed to you for investments in their businesses?
No, not investments, they've expressed interest in getting a loan, as soon as we stand up Coward Travel Loan Fund.
Okay, so this seems like a pretty anomalous once in a blue moon event.
Yeah, no,
Okay, so what differentiated these circumstances where the tribe is investing $50,000 of its funds into a privately owned business? We don't have an ownership stake in it.
not
What,
yet,
okay, well, over the course of a couple of years, we haven't had an ownership
so
stake.
there's nothing to own except this plant started up, and we rely on financing to get it started up.
What standard or what sort of factor do you use as the determining criteria to make that kind of decision or that
I
investment?
didn't think that about criteria, I just wanted to help the fellow citizens.
Okay,
The business started here in our area.
well, my question is, I think that there are a lot of tribal citizens who, like you mentioned, others have appealed for loans. So there are, not, it's not a zero number where
Yeah.
tribe citizens have ideas for businesses.
Yeah, which a lot of it, they were waiting for.
And so you're mentioning we didn't think about the criteria, but what sort of went into this decision making where this one Kiowa receives that $50,000 conditions free and also receives he's had the $50,000 for a couple of years. We have no tracking of it, is that correct? Like, we don't know, do you know if it's in a bank account or has he provided that information to you at all?
No, I think that's for the county of that, I think, supporting him and getting, again, established in Oklahoma
Okay,
and helping to start the business here in our area.
okay, so why does this one Kiowa get $50,000, conditions free, no tracking, no internal controls on the money. We actually don't know if it's been applied or how it's been applied to the business. So what is the determining factor that means that this gentleman gets $50,000?
Well, he showed me a business plan that I really liked, and I think he had a viable business plan and idea. He's got a patent that he plans to implement in his product. And so I thought he had a good business plan. I want, again, to support a Kiowa in this endeavor. So again, that's a discretionary choice I made, as a decision that I made. Like it or not, I made that decision based on what I wanted to support, because I wanted to support a Kiowa citizen. Now, going forward, again, we have Kiowa Loan Fund that came on the radar of us being able to have revenue over almost $200 million to provide for small business loans. And so I wanted to stand that up. Instead of this process, I wanted to use that process to help our private citizens start their businesses. And that's about to happen.
Okay, so did. At any point during kind of your interaction with Mr. Nuncio, has there ever been a financial transaction involving you two independently?
No.
Okay,
Well, maybe he bought me dinner one time and I bought him dinner another time. I mean, but I do that all the time. That's not a financial transaction.
well, we'll just for kind of the purposes of this.
There's no external
Yeah.
financial under the table transactions that happen. This is pretty open and upfront. So I'm explaining to you why I did it.
Well,
It's my decision, so I did it.
okay, again, I'm just trying to get to the kind of nexus point of, we like his business plan, presumably the business plan did not have a kind of 2-year gap where the business is still not operational.
Well, you know, it's just like our screen printing, it just takes longer. Apples Oklahoma, obviously, I don't know. I mean, he's had a challenge finding a building to acquire, and he's finally found one. But
So, I'm just, yeah, I'm a little personally, shocked that. We are dispersing $50,000 conditions free outlays, and we don't have any sort of return to show for it at this time.
it's your responsibility.
Jason, can we go to item 32C? We'll be breaking for lunch soon, since it's here, but let's just get through this kind of sequence of topics. So 32C actually is going to be in my files. It's going to be a digital file, so that'll be the general ledger for Indian City Street Printing. We could pull out.
Which general ledger did you want?
It's Indian City Screen Printing General Ledger, and it was probably the last thing that I emailed you this morning.
Okay, got it. It's a little there.
It could have page 34. Okay, so we can see the line item on the general ledger for Indian City screen printing. Into Native Brands of Oklahoma, which is Mr. Nuncio's company, correct? So it looks like we've got a $10,000 cash outlay on, not cash, but a $10,000 financial outlay in July of 2023. So this appears to be the first of the kind of five, in the series of five, $10,000 totaling 50 K ultimately. And so this is under, I believe, the kind of general umbrella of economic development, because
That's what I said, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I understood it's coming out of the description from.
Okay, and so, the economic development line item for a lot of the lifespan of Indian City Screen Printing, that was where Indian City Screen Printing was housed. And, that was established by Summers, to you, kind of when she provided historical context for, everything that led up to the depletion of funds in the bank account for Indian City Screen Printing. So given kind of that economic development is the umbrella. How is economic development for the tribe as an entity spurred by a $50,000 outlay in a privately owned business with no deliverable and no terms of repayment, kind of outlined in the initial agreement where there's that outlay? How is the tribe itself as an entity, how is economic development spurred for the tribe in that context?
Well, folks is to become, having a share in that enterprise once it gets established.
I guess my question is, we saw the kind of letter, from, I believe, late June 2023. And you're stating that there's the possibility of kind of percentage ownership or stakeholdership. However, that's not,
Yeah.
however, that's not in the letter that you sent to Mr. Nuncio. So there's no documentation of an agreement for Mr. Nuncio regarding stakeholdership or ownership or percentages in the tribe. So, is that standard operating practice in your 40 years as a businessman, where there is a strings-free outlay from an entity and we get no return? And how does that spur economic development?
No, that's not standard. But it's of course, again, that I made again, I was a health travel citizen that had a business plan that I really want to support.
Okay,
So that's not really standard if you want that answer, but it's not.
and to this date, economic development has not occurred in the tribe as an entity because of our cash outlay to Mr. Nuncio in 2023.
No, we haven't worked out the specifics on how we get the return on that initial investment, not yet.
Is there a timeline or timetable where you will work that out?
When he gets those plant established and stood up in operations, and we've been talking all the time. I mean, we've been keeping me up to date on how that's progressing. And so I moved from Anadarko focus to now focus, and instead of plant, I'm at least about to acquire.
Okay, so he's about to acquire, so in 2+ years, he has not actually acquired a site for the production, is that correct?
That's what the timeline. Again, he looked at several places in Anadarko. And then he got contacted by Lawton, and got a better offer from Lawton, so that's what he's moving to now, the industrial park.
Can you, Jason, go to 32C, the actual document, hard copy? Okay, so 32C, this is September, you were nominated Mr. Nuncio
Yes.
to a spot on the, believe the Tax and Commerce Commission, correct? The Business
and Commerce.
Yeah, correct. I always confuse those two, but, just because of the similarity in the verbiage. Okay, so Mr. Nuncio receives a $50,000 outlay, conditions free, beginning in July. He's nominated to a commission spot in September of that year. I believe, however, he ultimately withdrew his nomination, or you withdrew his nomination, is that correct?
No, I think you guys had communicated some sort of concern about our involvement or something like to that effect, if they move forward at your level.
We can take a look at the documentation later. I think he actually formally withdrew himself, or you withdrew him. But
Well, I think after getting feedback from you, there was concern about his, our relationship before, and so. But you guys, I'm trying to remember, because the concern about conflict of interest, and so I informed them, probably wouldn't get considered, and so. But he, again, I thought he'd be a good commissioner because of his background in business.
in terms of kind of commissioner, do you feel that there would be a potential conflict of interest in terms of would a commissioner on any commission who received $50,000 from you with the tribe, kind of strings free, would they feel potentially, would it be reasonable to deduce that they could feel pressured to support you because of that cash outlay?
Well, of course, that's potential, but again, anything that involved his particular business, he would have to recuse himself from any involvement or decision making. That's normally the case when you have a potential conflict of interest for people, but I didn't think it would be for helping us stand up Kyle Incorporated, which included Kyle Construction as part of it, because it had a substantial project management and construction experience that really would have been valuable.
Okay. Well, lunch is on the horizon. We've got 2 more documents to get through. 32D, Jason. So this is dated November 2023, and this is a job offer to the same Mr. Nuncio, correct, for contracts officer?
Yes. Because of his background, yeah.
Okay, so he's in the course of June, he's getting the first of his $50,000 installments, rather, I'll be clear. He's getting the first of his installments, eventually totaling $50,000 over the course of 5 months, so from July to December would be the time frame. In September, he's being nominated for a seat on the Business and Commerce Commission, and then in November, he's being hired by the tribe, is that correct?
We proposed to have that.
Okay.
We never got hired by that, right?
So he declined that offer, or?
Yes, I believe he declined.
Okay. Is there another example where a tribe citizen has received cash outlay from the tribe and then, you know, kind of been stewarded through being nominated to commission, which presumably does that Business and Commerce Commission presently pay? I mean, ideally it would.
No, they just pay a meeting site.
Okay, and then, is thereafter hired by the tribe, is there sort of an analog or a comparison point where that's happened in other capacities or another?
No, but this is a whole new scenario that we're bringing up with getting, so it hasn't happened before or after, again, I'm looking for good people to work with us and we on top of everything, and so we're sure it's run, and now this, also it's again, it's substantial background, project management, construction.
Do you think you go to 32E? Okay, so this is included in the Nuncio production file from the executive branch. And so it's a letter dated November of 2024 from you, sir, to Porcelain Products, or OK Porcelain LLC. So does Mr. Nuncio also own this porcelain?
Does, yes.
Okay, so you are purchasing, or prospectively talking about purchasing products, I would assume per porcelain
Once
suggests.
he produced them, yes,
Okay, at the casino, correct.
yes.
Okay, so if the casino is purchasing these products, then we're actually expending more tribe funds for this company after the $50,000 cash outlay, because that would be money. Ours going out.
Yeah. I would
Okay.
encourage all of our travel enterprises to purchase from him. That was sort of. That's product that we normally use in this restroom toilets. We actually have some in our Buffalo home, this product.
Okay, so that you guys have purchased.
Well, they were purchased before I got here
Okay,
under Magic Mountains administration.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of, I guess, that particular, we know there's been a $50,000 cash outlay. Conditions free to native brands. Is there any particular reason, like, are you planning on any cash outlay to proportion one revenue? If they're discrete.
He doesn't have a product yet, but we. Again, with a procurement policy, buy it from our own citizens or main companies. As a preferred menu. So, again, if we need toilets and he's got them, why not buy it from our own tribal citizens?
And then just one final question.
Yeah.
So the $50,000 that you received in 2023. Do we know where it is? Like, do we
I'm
know?
assuming he spent
Okay.
it, legal.
Oh, he's gonna to live off of.
I guess, I don't know, I didn't ask, I just, again, understand that I would help him relocate here to Chicago, Colorado. And to start focusing on developing this plant here in Anadarko was our initial discussion.
So you assume he spent it to live off of,
I don't know, but
and
that's a question.
but conjecture, that's
Yeah.
what you're conjecturing. So if he spent it to live off of, then how does that sustain or apply to business operations? Because.
Well, because he was lobbying to get a plant located in Anadarko. With meeting with the city, with meeting with. People in Anadarko, meeting with banks, to get a loan. So there's a lot of labor to do to get this manufacturing plant stood up. Again, he approached me, he was looking at eastern side of the state, I was thinking kind of looking in our title country.
But the
Legal title.
speculation is that he is using it to live off of on a personal. Like.
Well, again, I was supporting him in his efforts to stand up his enterprise.
Okay,
So what he used it for was up to him, but we're gonna sit down and see what our return would be after he gets the plant stood up and what the whole startup cost is gonna be. Now it compares to our initial influx of cash that we supported him with. So yes, that was, yeah, what I decided to do to help him.
and so. In terms of like emergency assistance or what other tribe citizens are able to access per year. In order to meet living expenses,
Yeah,
they are broadly capped at $400, correct?
that's our current policy was,
Okay. So. Why not give them $50,000 or $5,000 to live off of, if that's the sort of speculation that.
it's not the same thing, they don't have a business plan and start a business, manufacturing plant that could create jobs.
But no jobs have been created today, correct?
No, not yet, but it's not established yet.
And so effectively, your kind of conjecture is that, or your position is that it's okay to give $50,000 to a tribe citizen to live off of if they have a business plan. But there's no expectation or timetable for delivering on that business plan.
Well, there's no way to know how that will all come together. But I've been supporting him, I've been meeting with him, with other people, city, loving city, that gospel. I'm trying to help our private citizens stand up as enterprise. That will ultimately create jobs that I hope some of our tribal citizens can work in. That's the whole, it's all gesture and assumption and hope. So that's, my decision that I made, I mean, bad or good or indifferent, we make decisions, and that was one of them.
Do you think that, so we have the screen printing lost of $450,000. And then if outlay of $50,000 to a directly apparently or to privately owned business without any sort of negotiations or terms for specifics on it, and what the deliverable is for the tribe. Why should the tribe trust you to organize or spearhead business endeavors if that is kind of the two examples, the two biggest examples that the tribe has to go by over the course of the past couple of
It's
years?
up to you, the person or not. It's up to you, every individual decides who they trust, it's up to you guys to trust or not. Those are decisions that I'm making with plans to benefit the tribe or individuals. And I see that as, again, using dollars that we have to get a business stood up or help a tribal citizen. That would create jobs, most possibly for tribal citizens, so again. But again, I'm waiting for the more effective business development effort will happen on the Power Incorporated if we ever get that started.
So you just mentioned something, and this will be the final question.
Okay.
Before we break for lunch, you mentioned kind of you see benefiting tribe or individuals. So do you see it as a function of the government to benefit individuals?
Well, if it's a business, I always want to support business, and that's just who I am for 40 years, working with tribal tribes to help center economic development or help tribal individuals start businesses. It's just what I do, and so this is what I'm hoping to do with the benefit, again, coming back to the tribe, by having a tribal citizen, having an enterprise here, that will employ tribal people. And it may or may not materialize, but I wanted to help them in the early phase of locating that opportunity here in our area, Anadarko or Lawton. And again, we already have products that we purchased from him, some early models that he's developed under his patent. He placed in our facility there, well, with Buffalo.
Well,
So I saw the real product, and so, again, those are decisions that I make, within what I think is my authority to do, and have approved budget to use that, and so. Yeah, I think every decision I make can be questioned and should be. That's why I'm here explaining why I make these decisions.
well, Mr. Nuncio is a singularly fortunate man among the tribe. But I am going to motion speaker that we recess until 1:47 for lunch and sustenance.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to recess until 1:47 for lunch. It's reconvene. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed. In the abstentions and.
Speaker, can we do a really quick mic check with the chairman, just because there was.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well,
Three.
yeah,
Turn it down, like this is.
Did it down, they're complaining about not hearing.
was there one?
Feedback to those speakers this morning.
Yeah, I think he had his mic that wasn't.
Oh, I think my microphone was on.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's better.
So just make sure your mic's on here, because that's where the feedback's coming from. Yeah. We're good.
Okay, and at this time, I'll turn it over to legislator DeLong.
Thank you, Speaker. So continuing a thread of discourse from earlier, you mentioned, Chairman, that equipment has been purchased for a TV making endeavor, specifically 2 sewing machines, I believe, and those
Yes.
are those, I'm assuming, industrial sewing machines, in fact, actually, large scale sewing machines.
So someone can't say.
Okay, where are those housed right now?
They were in that former gift shop building. But so they'll be moved somewhere else because we're going to put a eyeglass.
Okay, And with respect to any other supplies, like any other additional supplies like TV poles, beverages, anything of that nature.
Nope.
Yeah.
And we believe we did buy some things, yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
canvas and sewing machine, but we haven't found a place or people. Started it up again, waiting for town corporate to get started. We got several places to say. Good start, but we need to have that infrastructure in place.
in terms of the location, is that to be determined? Or the.
Well, there's a potential site in Anadarko, one of the big safe buildings by the clinic in Anadarko that. We're trying to hold that for us in case we want to lease that, we need to put space in it, with the layout. Cabins and. That's the future place for it.
But no definitive site, yeah,
I mean,
no definitive location yet.
no location at this.
Jason, can we go to item 77? And the digital, I think.
Got it. Was it?
Okay, so this appears to be recent work product from the enrollment office. And if you can sort of see, Jason scrolls down. It's an attestation of enrollment, prospectively or theoretically for a member of the Kiowa Tribe of Oklahoma. However, the degree of blood is listed as 3/16, which would be less than 1/4. And then there is the enrollment number there listed as the letter D on an ensuing sequence of numerals. So my question about this is obviously right now, blood quantum is kind of prevalent and prominent in the public discourse with those 3 KIC resolutions about amending the criteria for citizenship. And so, my enrollment number, and at least every enrollment number of members of my family because of a K. So is it standard operating procedure for enrollment numbers now to have the D listed? Or is that an anomaly, or is that kind of how they're listed now?
I can enter the memory sequence that the road officer can know.
Okay.
Having be involved in that session.
Which the enrollment office is located within the executive branch, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they are under your kind of umbrella
Yeah.
of scope of responsibilities. Obviously, this just kind of raises the question of how many times a person or persons less than 1/4 have received attestation of enrollment.
It should have been 0. 1/4 is our minimum degree in that, so.
Well, the number's at least one, so I think a lot of folks, in terms of just the ones who want their grandkids on the roll, are gonna obviously be interested kind of in this little curiosity. As a point of reference, because obviously someone has an enrollment number that, at least in my experience, is kind of out of the ordinary. And you said you can't really sort of attest to what the D signifies.
Yeah.
But obviously the question that asserts itself is how often this has happened, and you say ideally 0 or theoretically 0.
Yeah, we don't have any more citizens, so you're not eligible. Unless they have 4/16 or 1/4, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So I can follow up with this when you want to find out. Thank you, Bob. What could you?
Yeah,
Show that. You used to do the research, find out, you answer the question.
right. I mean, it sort of makes sense as sort of that one query, with the point about it. So obviously a deviation from standard operational procedure, and it being within your umbrella of responsibilities as an executive branch office. So that was my question there. We could have 83 in the binder, I believe. Okay, this is correspondence from you dated October 18, 2024 to speaker. And it is requesting that the legislature remove Jacob Zotai, and his signature authority at all bank accounts. Do you remember if Judge Mitchell of the Kiowa Court had rendered a final determination on, the former vice chairman's appeal at that date in time?
Let's see, there was a final appeal, they, the judge eventually upheld my decision to move the lines.
Right, but do you know if you sent this over before the appeal was rendered or? was it-
I can remember specific dates when things happen. I mean, there's thousands of things I'm getting involved.
Okay, my understanding, and I'll stipulate that I would need to confirm, is that the final sort of order from Judge Mitchell came on or around the 8th of 2025, forward. But in terms of this, kind of context. Dialogue arose between the legislature and the executive branch in, I believe, May of 2025, earlier this spring. Specifically around the use of Jacob Zotai's signature at that juncture on a check that was printed for earnest money. For a real estate transaction. And kind of like in the course of our curiosity being piqued, and the document production for this year, I believe, and this is ballpark, but I believe that at least the first two numbers in the sort of 5-number sequence are correct. I believe that it was determined that about 13,000 financial transactions across multiple banks have been executed in affiliation with Jacob Zotai's signature between that kind of November 2024 timeframe and when we submitted the query, which was in July 2024, for specific numbers. My question is, so you obviously sent this letter over to the legislature, kind of asking for amendments to authorizing legislation for checks and signatory authority. And the legislature undertook kind of legislation and added Chief Financial Officer William Weaver as a secondary signatory to CrossFirst Bank of Tulsa, Bank of Oklahoma, and Sovereign Bank. And those resolutions were passed in December of 24 and January 25, consistent with this request from October of 24. My question is, was there ever any reluctance expressed by Mr. Weaver to having his name printed on checks from any of those financial institutions? Because just sort of doing the assessment, it seems like, at least in certain instances, Mr. Zotai's signature was not on, even though Mr. Weaver was authorized as a secondary signatory.
Now, there's additional action that needed to be taken at the bank level to change the signature that they would recognize and authorize. And so until that happened, they were recognizing Mr. Zotai's signature and issue was checks under that signature, even though he was not no longer on board. So, but that process, again, things don't happen overnight, it's been finding out later. And so like,
I don't think there was the expectation of kind of that change being effectuated overnight. But again, we're talking about from November of 2024 to July of 2025, which is a considerable period of time. So just clarifying
that you're working on getting to change this thing,
okay.
and then ultimately going to change the while.
And in terms of kind of Mr. Zotai's signature being printed on checks that are sourced from federal monies, obviously Mr. Zotai is authorized. Well, he's not authorized anymore by statute, but he was previously authorized in his capacity, his role in office. So is there any concern about the implications of having someone who's no longer tried as an official, where their signature is still printed on kind of monies that are sourced from various, programmatic distributions? Is there any, I guess, is the executive branch kind of fluent in whether or not that would raise the possibility of a clawback from the federal entity that would be issuing funds?
Yeah, I can answer that. I really don't know if there'd be a federal question or territorial. question about. Is it not a legitimate signature of bank institution and celebration, that's what's on file with them until such time it's changed. And so I can answer if it goes up to the federal level for consideration of questions.
Okay. I asked that question kind of in the context of a subject that legislator Wheaton brought up earlier, which is we of course had the best review published by Castro and Company at the behest of the OIG Department of Treasury. And I believe they identified about $8 million in question costs in their best review from the kind of onset of COVID in 2020 to the time period of, I believe, September of 2022. And obviously you were only in office for a few months during that time period. But I'm obviously raising the question about procedural components related to federal sourcing and Jacob's signature still being applied on checks, even months after, like in the context of we already have a $8.5 million question cost from Castro and Company. And so would it be reasonable to try to mitigate or to develop fluency in federal financial kind of rules or regulatory guidelines in order to minimize the possibilities of other findings? Would that be reasonable?
Well, I can ask a question from CFO, I mean, give you the definitive answer, but I don't know if that's an issue or not legally.
Okay.
Maybe our AG to also look into that possibility.
Has Mr. Weaver been added as a signatory to any of those checks for those?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Vice Chairman is also.
Yeah.
Been added on there too. Some of that today was getting a Vice Chairman.
Okay. In terms of next document, Jason, we're gonna get into, I believe, 24 to 25, it's sponsorship list.
The law or the list?
The list. So this is the list of casino sponsorships from 2023. So the present day, broadly speaking, I think that kind of ends earlier in 2025. And we have, this is a point of reference during our discussion with Mr. McMahon yesterday. We kind of, obviously, kind of the context is that legislator Wheaton has passed an original and then also a first amendment to the sponsorship law. I believe the first amendment was passed around August of 2024, if I'm not mistaken, and the original was passed in 2023. So one of the questions that we had specifically was during the, I believe, the most recent monthly meeting of the Highland Casino Operations Authority Board of Directors, legislator Tattlesley had a question regarding the possibility of procuring an expenditure or a donation effectively to the expo this year. And Mr. McMahon cited that the sponsorship law precluded them from authorizing that expenditure. However, of course, we have on the bottom, the penultimate items, a disbursement of $10,000 to the expo delivered by the casino in October of 2024. That's as the last time of Karen. So, to your kind of best understanding of the law, does that violate the provisions of the Sponsorship Act?
No, at the time, I believe it didn't really involve a casino donation. Was you referring to a donation from the casino itself?
Correct.
Yeah, I just believe it included the casino at the time. They only applied to the tribe, I believe.
Are you talking about the 2023 law?
Yeah, because I
I know we're talking
believe,
about 2024.
I remember,
2023 did not apply to the casino, but then we realized that
Right.
there was two different entities.
yeah, 2023 said they were a list of the sponsorships or whatever,
Yeah,
and didn't So,
2024 should have incorporated that all funding, all sponsorships should come from the executive branch.
oh, yeah, they do, yes.
Yes.
But when I asked the casino for nurse donation sponsorship. Line item for certain things that are outside of what I can authorize at the tribe level.
Well, legislator, we talked to clarify for context, maybe you can help us out. So this expenditure was made to the expo. This is directed from the tribe of Karen in October of 2024. The first amendment to the sponsorship law was passed in August of 2024, so it would have been in effect at this time.
Okay, I have to look at the law and dates and to really definitively answer that. But that's process. Was what we want to support the expo. And it was specifically decided on our end, so we asked the casino to help them.
Can we pull up the law, the last one?
Absolutely.
So, I believe in terms of the amendment, there is a sort of that. Casino sponsorships definitively have to have one through the budget. And they have to report quarterly, all of their sponsorships. So to, your best knowledge, Chairman, is there a budget specifically for sponsorships?
I think it falls on the market, but perhaps my understanding is because they sponsor, they pay for marketing, they do. Other things for the community. That possibly fall under the marketing or. Community support, I forgot, but they do. Support community organizations, primarily though, they support tribal organizations. So private organizations, as much as they can, without requesting.
So my question is. The casino leadership, the Kiowa Casino Operations Authority Board of
Yeah.
Directors, that's located within the executive branch, correct?
Supposedly,
You don't know.
that's correct.
Okay.
Sometimes I sit and wonder,
Um,
legislators want to get involved.
well. So. Given the fact that, this particular law mandates a budget kind of maintained by the casino. Do you know what the budget is for casino sponsorship, since the Casino Operations Authority is under your?
I don't remember, but then they send everything to us every month when they meet.
Okay,
But in their current financials, yes,
okay, but you don't know what the budget is,
what they want specifically,
no, just what the
oh, no, I don't budget what the budget is.
budget has, an
Yeah.
overall number.
Saying,
Okay. The kind of other question that I had with respect to the March of 2025. Right after the devastation at Rainy Mountain Church. There's an expenditure on the Kiowa Casino sponsorships list for $100,000. Was that effectuated by you? Was that
yes,
at your
it
direction?
was a direct request from me to support Rainy Mountain, that Rainy Mountain.
Um,
And I know that's over and above, but sometimes things come up and I make a decision again. Based on what's good for the community, I believe that was worthwhile,
So my question is, obviously the sponsorship law has a limitation in the interest of equity. For an allocation of $5,000 per annum for each of the historical Kiowa churches.
yes.
And then, of course, the legislature can approve by legislative order excess amounts for that. So is this effectively a workaround to that provision, or why was this effectuated this way?
I want to present it.
My question is, obviously, there are parameters and a process kind of delineated for executive branch expenditures for the historical churches. And
Yes,
that,
we had that sponsorship.
right, and that limitation is $5,000 for
Yeah.
the standard interest of equity. So it appears that, this, you said you effectuated it, so it's effectuated through casino funds. Kind of to work around the limitations of the sponsorship law, or what is
It's not work around, use their sponsorship capability, because I didn't have that capability at the time of work. So it wasn't a workaround, I keep saying use that term. It was finding a source to help the rainy mountain, that's the way I saw it. It's impacting that decision. So I stand by the decision even today, so it's not a workaround. It's a way to help our church that burned down.
correct? I think everyone here is in alignment that Rainy Mountain Church warrants support as a historical treasure. So that, but I'm trying to ascertain the mechanical kind of calculus and reasoning that went into an expenditure of $100,000. And obviously, it's a very sort of anomalous incident,
Yes.
but there is obviously kind of a pattern here for specific entities like Rainy Mountain Church. They get the $100,000 disbursement, which is, again, it's a once in a kind of generation event, but they get a big expenditure relative to the other expenditures. And then we have, again, Mr. Nuncio, who you mentioned, effectively got $50,000 in a layout, additions free. And so I'm trying to sort of, analyze and assess and understand the sort of pattern where very sort of specific select individuals or entities receive a huge outpouring and wellspring of kind of support from tribe funds. But then, obviously there are lots of citizens who could benefit from the $50,000 outlay and they're not doing it. So I'm trying to contextualize this kind of data point within the broader context of that sort of overarching kind of pattern that I'm seeing. In terms of one of the other items on here,
What pattern is that, by the way?
I just
Can you
articulated,
specify a pattern that you
Yeah.
talk about? Okay.
I just articulated it, so at least what I'm seeing.
I'm asking for clarification.
So what I kind of referenced was God bless Rainy Mountain Church, they deserve support that we in their time of need. And God bless all of our tribal members, because strife and need are not, like in short supply. We are roiled by instability, but what I'm seeing is there's Mr. Nuncio, again, getting a $50,000, no strings attached disbursement, and you remove the accounts of that, where there's no actual ownership or ownership of his company in the tribe.
So maybe do that for now.
Yeah, and he is therefore a very select person who's getting benefits that not everyone across the tribe. And he's not there, that specific $50,000 cash outlay is not obviously an equitable distribution that happens to everyone. And so then we have Rainy Mountain Church, where there's a protocol delineated, at least theoretically, for the executive branch. And I would assume everything kind of contained within it. And we have a $100,000 outlay. So again, the pattern, you asked for clarification on the pattern, at least kind of in those two instances, I'm seeing a sort of pattern crystallizing where there are select entities, select individuals who get a wellspring of support that's not kind of equitably distributed among our population at large. So that's my clarification for your question. In respect to the other kind of pattern is just, there's also like the sort of, we dispense with the limitations in the sponsorship law. And then I believe did the budget of the Indian City screen printing not go over budget by about 100 $50,000?
Yes, we went over that too, or,
Okay, but correct,
yeah, I agree, I never said I agree.
okay, so Indian City screen printing went over budget by about $100,000. And so, I mean, that's kind of why we're having the hearing today, I guess, is because to get more clarity and more fluency in some of these kind of elements. With respect to this, this is sort of a just sort of minor curiosity, but you've got the I believe the second annual Chairman's Golf Tournament on here, and that's from 2024. And of course, you just
Yeah,
had-
last year.
yeah, and then you have the recent one.
That's
So-
fundraising for the Cal Education Foundation.
And so with respect to the $25,000 outlay for the one last year, is that pretty on par with what's expended for the first one and the third tournament this year?
I mean, what's contributed by the casino or what the total expenses are?
Well, I'm just saying like there's a $25,000 expenditure from casino fund here
Yes.
for last year, and is that just generally the same amount that's expended every year is my question.
Well, until we find another sponsor that, I'm hoping the casino will support that as a key sponsor for this fundraising event, yes. But we're still looking for other sponsors. So, hey,
But it basically costs about ballpark is $25K per year, is that?
no, it costs more than that.
Okay, what is it typically run?
40,000.
Okay, where does the other $15K come from?
Well, each team pays $2,000. And we had 32 teams this time.
Okay, so help me unpack that, so wouldn't that, the teams, like, wouldn't that be the income then?
Yes, I think $2,000 they pay to participate in the event.
Okay, so
But
does,
some of those teams, I got to get the specific numbers, some of those teams are in there because of the sponsorship payment from the entity. Well, so the casino had teams in there, so I can give specifics on whatever you had. We had 32 teams this year. All
Yeah.
$2,000.
Antonio sent this to you.
$4,000, not all. 8,000, we had some items that wouldn't necessarily pay for it. So I would say we have about 25, 26, and so we have, $2,000 pop.
so
That's 50 some $1,000.
just again ballpark, what is the net profit from that event?
I believe, well, I don't know, I haven't seen this year, but I believe last year was like maybe 20,000. Somewhere in there, I have to get those numbers.
Okay, and that
Was just the second year, so we're, still building this up.
benefits the Kiowa Education Foundation, right?
That money goes to the Cal Education Foundation.
Okay.
Nonprofit.
Is the Education Foundation under the umbrella of the executive branch, or is that discrete and distinct from?
It's only the executive branch.
Okay. Is that typically factored into the annual budget if it's part of the executive branch?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think it's been specified.
Okay, so that would mean that there's $20,000 that is sort of just outside the scope of the budget that goes to there. So what are the, I guess, internal controls or tracking processes for that? Like, what is the accounting procedure just generally?
If I'm ready to event, looking at profit into the bank account and let it sit there. Until such time that it grows to have revenue to support scholarships and other things that we're planning for the Cal Education Agency. And so I guess to answer that question, they probably could show up in our budget. So.
Yeah,
There's that, you can address that if that's the question.
yeah, I was trying to get an idea of what standard operating procedures have been to date, because it sounds.
Well, we're still improving operations, that's been an ongoing process. So to refer to standard operating procedures, we didn't have any when I came on board. I mean, we've been getting standard operation procedures in place as we go, that's an evolving, growing process. And so changing for the better. And so these kind of issues can be simply brought up, question raised, and we could make those adjustments without having a hearing, but. That's communication process that you guys. Want to follow, so. Again, these things can happen with a phone call, or with an email, or with a visit to my office. But we're going through this process, so I'm trying to answer your question, we can. Take a note and make these changes. To be improved upon, as you see, as you see, where you have a right to bring these issues to us. And help us improve our operations, and so standard operation procedures are constantly moving and targeting. Hopefully for the better.
So is there a sort of like investment protocol for that funds in the Iowa Education Foundation account?
Oh, no, there's a policy in place yet, that's being developed by a consultant, so. And so, any funds that would be going into like a reserve or permanent fund like that. Will have be a part of the investment process and. Built in to generate as much interest or revenue as it can, because it's not gonna be it's gonna be a lot of endowment. Plan is not to use that principle, but eventually build it up where it earns enough interest to pay for things like scholarships and support of the Wilson Hills Club. Our startup charter school. So that's a long-term process to build up the assets to make use of that.
Okay. Let's progress on to section 45. And we can go through those documents to control.
Oh, sorry, sorry. I thought we were.
I just wanted to know something here. Okay, so. We've got paid responsibility from the casino. And the returns. Was 20 was put into the police station.
Something like that, I have to get that information. Sure, yeah, I found it out.
So maybe $5,000 grades.
Yeah, look at it that way.
So
We're at a lot of these, we're setting up an endowment fund, that's to start somewhere.
So does the casino donate to the Iowa Education Foundation directly?
Pardon me?
Does the casino directly donate to the Iowa Education Foundation?
No, just from the sponsorship of this people event. But then, there's one of the fundraising activities, it's not gonna be the only one. One of the fundraising activities to start our education foundation.
Okay. I think speaker's sort of general question was, would it not be more sufficient for a direct donation of 25K to the Iowa Education Foundation from the casino if what is donated ultimately is 20K, which is 5K less than that to help things.
We can look at it any way you want to, okay? This choice.
So
You got that fund started.
So in terms of section 45. Here we have a helpful introduction for Let's Get It in Sue. And that was authored to our legislative counsel, Jason Amott, by Attorney General Randall Holmberg. And it's regarding travel to Korea that occurred in 2024. And encompassed Steve Sharon Spotted and their spouse, Nate Spotted. So Mr. Holmberg's kind of sentence there states, his and Lanny's are the first three attachments. Lanny's script ended up being a full reimbursement endeavor, with Kiowa ultimately paying nothing as indicated by the memo. So we can turn the page to look the second that sequence. Here we have kind of a list of what looks like airfare attached to kind of like expenses for a flight, I believe, United. And it looks like it's kind of added up together and divided by 2.
Yeah.
In order to get kind of the reimbursement figure.
Yes.
And then were receipts were applied with that list originally or no? For the airfare,
Flags, who,
like who's ever, I guess this is from finance theoretically. Or
well, finance, both of our flights, because we want to be on the same flight as a international flight, so we want to make sure we travel together. So they booked it, paid it as a travel funds, but it was reimbursed. And she was sponsored by. Well, ILMA. Okay, so they sponsored her flight.
And then, here's the check kind of from Indigenous Leaders of North America, Inc. That's
Yes.
on $2,479, which is of course consistent with the division of math between the two kind of flights on the earlier page. And so this looks like it's in the kind of 4 line, I believe, it kind of indicates that it's on spotted birds interticket. And so, obviously, Len is not an employee of the tribe, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How sort of standard operating procedure is it for a spouse to book on tribe, kind of funds and then pay it back?
It's not standard.
Okay,
Again, the reason why I did it, I knew it probably would come up to. Somebody scrutiny, but you know, we wanted to say have the same flight, so there's no guarantee we book separately that it would be the same flight.
okay. So like, an executive director theoretically, like if they traveled, they would not typically be permitted to book their spouse on tribe funds and then pay it back, or would they?
Not typically, no. Unless they were requested permission and so forth, and exceptions to that, and they would agree to pay back the pride.
Has
Every
that,
single time.
has that happened in your experience?
Not that I know, no, nobody's requested by their spouse.
Is this the only instance in which, Ms. Spotted Bird has been paid for travel by the tribe and then reimbursed?
Yes,
Okay,
but actually, by the way, in the Leaders of North America, why they sponsored me. Was they requested specifically for her to go as well. So I didn't plan to take my wife, but they requested her to attend with me. And then they said they would sponsor her airfare, you know. Just by the team out, but typically, you know, something like this. You know, private not pay for advance, whatever.
and you are on the board of directors for the Indigenous Leaders of North America,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, David Sullivan and I are both from. The
Um,
Indigenous Leaders of North America.
Is that like a volunteer position or is that
With a volunteer position, only compensate.
and so Indigenous Leaders of North America is actually led by, a Korean gentleman named John Park, but
He's on the board, actually, there's others involved in that, so it was established actually by. Where is it? IYF. We did, International Youth Fellowship.
and the kind of organization of Indigenous Leaders of North America. It's affiliated with the Good News Mission religious movement, correct? The Good
Good
News
News Church,
Okay,
yes, it's a Christian organization. Christian church.
has Mr. Park or anyone affiliated with kind of Good News Church attended meetings of the Kiowa Indian Council?
No, I don't think so. He did attend my prayer breakfast last year, this year. actually.
I could have sworn that I saw him at one of the camps in the June. Just curious about kind of in what capacity he will have.
No, he wouldn't have any business at the PSC.
Okay. And then in terms of kind of the, you mentioned that, you know, no one has requested this tribe to kind of take the opportunity to travel with their spouse and then refund the travel.
Right.
So would it be fair to assume that they haven't asked because they didn't know it was a possibility?
It's not a policy one way or the other.
Okay. Well, so in terms of kind of The one instance we have here, so you and your wife traveling on tribe money, not being a tribe citizen or a tribe employee, refunding it back. Is that proper in the context of tribe employees and other kind of tribe personnel are not able to do that?
Well, again, that's never been requested, extenuating circumstances, that could be a possibility. We review it on a case by case basis, I'm sure.
Okay. So extenuating circumstances would just be the social request from the fund for someone's attendance. Is that an extenuating circumstance?
Yes, they often they're. That's a good deal to me.
Well, reimburse their airfare, right? So. Okay, I am going to yield that. The 5 minute rule, and believe legislator say the rule, or legislator reads on some questions that they've been asked.
Chairman, do you need a 5 minute break, or do you wanna take a 5 minutes, or you want to press it on?
Press on, get this over with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to yield my time to Warren.
Chairman, I want to circle back to the sponsorship law, which I sponsored. Can we pull up Article 25? Just want to caveat off what Legislator DeLong has. So the sponsorship law was wrote for we talked about cultural societies or traditional societies, churches, and then any Kiowa organizations that might request funding. I'd like to ask you, if it comes up, about a couple of these expenditures. What is the Ironman competition sponsorship?
It's a fellow citizen that want to participate in Ironman. Not, I felt it's a good, healthy activity for any of our fellow citizens, and so I decided to sponsor him.
So he's not it didn't fall into one of those categories,
No, good fall.
but that was the sponsorship, that fund was used to sponsor that individual citizen.
Yeah, I think he was paid out of our sponsorship program.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then sponsorship for Tasha Clark. Is that also an individual citizen?
I remember that one. What was that for?
I don't know, Chairman, I'm just seeing it on the expenditure report on the screen.
I'll have to get that quickly on that.
And then also Red Earth Incorporated.
Yeah, I don't remember.
As I see a sponsorship of $5,000, and that's not a Kiowa Traditional Society
I'll have to get back with the
organization.
I remember, I knew it was a big festival.
So my concern is that this law was created to sponsor Kiowa Traditional Societies, churches, and cultural organizations, Kiowa organizations that are Kiowa organizations, and I see. I'm concerned here, I see several sponsorships here of individual citizens.
What years are those?
I think one is 2024. The other one, Red Earth, looks like 2024. Tasha Clark, 2025. So there are some concerns I'd like to revisit after this hearing, because I have some, we
Get
wrote that
myself
law.
up to speed on that too and let you know,
Okay,
because I can't remember everything.
so I'd like to. Oh, sorry. It's the feedback. I'd like to move on to another topic in regards to the investigation. I'm going to go ahead and start my line of questioning in regards to investigation from 2023. It was brought up yesterday in yesterday's hearing about Richard McMahon. He said the chairman had conducted an inquiry, an investigation into alleged overpayments to former KCOA board members. Are you aware of that investigation or inquiry?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time.
And how was that your own internal to the tribe, the own inquiry, how was that done?
Well, I looked at, asked for information from them. Got all the information from them, then I asked to meet with them. Individually. And if they had any documentation. To back up the payments that they made. To bring those and present those to us and that's what we did, we met in Oklahoma City. And then I got that. Book this big. So I said, well, I'm gonna have to have some time to review all this stuff. So that's what I did, spent a lot of time going through that documentation. My conclusion after that, if you want to know, it was like, they had justification for basically it was a very tumultuous time. As you may know, when you were here, during tumultuous moments, administration where there's a lot of money being jerked out and pulled around and things were happening. And they had to, there was no general manager there at the time for a while. But they had to do what they had to do to keep business going and meet with bankers and other things, because we had a hotel being moving forward. I saw all that in the documentation, emailing back, and so they communicated with themselves and down here to pay these payments, but they were getting paid for meetings that they had in the context of running the private casino. And it was over and above actual meeting stipends that they got paid, and so, but it was all batched into with the accountant as meeting stipends, so just paid for the time to go meet. So after reviewing documentation, it took a long time, it took my time to review that. I issued a letter and sent it to the NIGC and told them of my decision, that I believe this is justified based on the information I received. And I left it at that, and hear from them then for several months. And they came back and they did not accept my final decision and want to investigate further, which they have done. And so they actually met with all the people involved in this, face to face themselves again in Oklahoma City. And so now at this point, we're waiting on their decision, whether it concurs with mine or whether they have some other decision that they want to make. That's where it's at.
Okay, so your letter, I think from June 27th, 2024. You go back to the NIGC. Could we go to that letter? I forget what it's.
Absolutely, I got it.
Well,
Right up.
if we can go to page. The last page, it says therefore it is my conclusion.
Yeah.
That any additional stipends for additional actual necessary work performed to make and maintain ethical, legal, and compliant gaming practices. That those payments and additional duties to those payments, the payments and additional duties to and by the case of a board member will cause by a lack of leadership. And numerous management vacancies and administrative staff, the casino manager during these times, these alleged overpayments were made. Therefore, and then C, it says these additional payments were justified and remain necessary to obtain, I guess, the integrity of our gaming operations. So since that time, we have received, NIGC has written back and we've sent them other stuff. And so we're just awaiting their answer at this time. Is that correct? Has the tribe taken any other actions to address the concerns raised by the National Gaming Commission, i.e. is there a corrective action plan currently in place to recover any overpayments at this time?
Not unless the NRGC instructs us to do so, and so we'll follow whatever their final decision is. Again, this was my final decision, at least at that point. But
So-
if they do not concur, then they would want payback of some sort or require corrective action plan, they will do that. That's where it's at. So again, this was my decision. In my opinion, and the information I received, and I based it on it. And so if they don't accept it, then we have to go with what their final decision is.
And Chairman, what is the penalty or the action taken by the NIGC? What are the concerns? What could happen if they come back and say, you know, that's not good enough? If you're not going to do the corrective action, then what are the
Oh, don't,
consequences to the trial?
no, they, basically what they could come back with is say, provide a corrective action plan based on how you're gonna collect X amount, maybe all of it, maybe a percent, I don't know what they'll say, whatever they say, then we'll follow that directive. But until such time, the last communication I had was my decision. So once they come back with their final correspondence to us, we will follow that to the letter of the law. If that includes collecting all of it, then we'll collect all of our, come up with a process to collect all of it. Corrective action plan to prevent it from happening is already in place in the future, but we've got to address this that happened in the past and get that behind us. So it's in their hands now. And so we're just waiting. They don't respond overnight either, you know, this took a long time for them to respond the first time.
So we have not received an update.
We have not
since we were
received an update and it's, you know, everybody will get that and it has all, whatever it says, we're gonna do it, right? We can't do otherwise. Otherwise, the next thing they can do is, if you don't comply, we'll remove the license. That's the ultimate that they can do. But we're not gonna jeopardize our casino.
Yeah, I think that's our main concern is
Well,
jeopardizing.
That's my main concern too, but we're handling it at my level. Right, and we'll try to give you the information that we have so far, we had, but. Again, you can be concerned, we're all concerned. It's not like I'm just oblivious to this issue, I took it seriously. I met with these guys and I requested them to produce the documents. And so it's been a process that's taken up a lot of my time, but it has to be done with.
Was there any other, I know you said you met with the individuals who
Yes.
were mentioned in the NIGC investigation.
Yes,
Was there any part of your inquiry, did you interview anyone who had brought these allegations to the forefront?
Tom Peters?
Yeah.
No.
Or their attorney at the time,
No.
Holmes, was it Zinman?
I don't think it's worth my while to interview John Peters. I know why he sent that information.
Well, it was said yesterday that it was speculatory. There's no document substantiating that he sent the information to the NIGC, according to Richard McMahon's.
Well, it's something we can't make a statement on. Because it's all part of the investigation, so you have to defer from confirming that kind of thing. Because it's the middle of an investigation, Warren, you can't disclose those kind of details.
Okay. So he didn't interview anyone other than the individuals mentioned
Yes, that's
in
correct.
NIGC, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the NIGC there. I don't wanna beat a dead horse. And I'm gonna ask about a couple of questions here. What is the International Youth Fellowship?
International Youth Fellowship is an organization, Christian based, that engages young people around the world. We teach them the Bible. We teach them leadership. And to teach them mind education, which is how to use their minds to think, not to remember. And I really like that because in America, and especially Oklahoma, rate number 50 of all the states in education, our education system teaches our people how to remember, test them on what they can remember. And their whole academic career is based on their memory ability. And the tests are designed to how much you remember. I mean, I'm just being oversimplified in the education process. I think it's far better because I see Asian countries excel, Korea. They had nothing in 1950 and they built their country up to one of the powers in the world by using their minds, teaching their young people how to use their minds. So yes, I want to expose our young people to a new way of thinking, to think globally, because this is a global society we're living in. With technology, we know what's going on around the world on the other side of the world instantaneously. But they need to start thinking beyond Caddo County, Oklahoma, and start opening up their mind and be better prepared for the world. And so, yes, International Fellowship is that such organization that I fully support to engage our young people in. And they have an annual youth camp every year in Korea that brings 5,000 young people around the world to share their culture and share their Christian belief among each other. And so I support that organization 100%. And Indigenous Leaders of North America.
Are there any, so Indigenous Leaders of North America, is that also a youth organization?
Primarily, but it's not necessarily, it's Indigenous leaders, so it's now focused on young people right now, but it would look at to adults for
So-
leadership.
In terms of like engaging our youth with international youth, international youth organization.
International Youth Fellowship.
Fellowship. What other organizations is our tribe partnering with? Are we doing anything with Unity? Are we doing anything
Yes.
with Johnson O'Malley? Do we send
Well,
our
Johnson,
Kiowa citizens to those conferences and those youth leadership
that
opportunities?
USC conference, we are started, we just got licensed to start a Boys and Girls Club.
Mhm.
It's fantastic, there are almost, I think, almost 100 tribal Boys and Girls Clubs around the country.
Mhm.
They engage our young people. Basically, they're founded to help young people realize their potential. That's their model. So, yeah, I'm supporting everything that will help our youth. Our youth are killing themselves. Again, I mentioned that. But what are we gonna do? We're gonna engage our youth and think better, use our minds and engage in a positive activity rather than letting them go out in the real world and participate in all the ugly stuff, drug and alcohol abuse, other things. So, yes, we've got Boys and Girls Club, we've got a charter school that's in a planning stage, or I want to have happen. It's gonna take a while to do that. Our own charter school, we can prioritize our Kiowa culture and language. And focus on technology or whatever we want to focus on, engaging our young people, use their minds. For our mind education processes rather than just remembering and testing their memory. So yes, Dr. Tony Sotogio is doing a great job. I support her 100%. We're fortunate to have a PhD leading our youth. College education agency. So yeah, we're looking at anything and everything that can help our young people carve out better lives for themselves.
Have there been any visitations from any of our tribal representatives with International Youth Fellowship? Since
We have
2020?
one youth go this year,
And who sponsored that youth?
the education agency,
The Kiowa Education Agency sponsored that youth.
yes.
What about tribal leadership? Any leaders, have they traveled over there to Korea?
Well, I and my wife traveled that you count last year,
Mhm.
and the vice chair went this year, his forte and background is education, so. I asked him to work directly with Tony to help in our education agency and build that up, because other things around education. So, yes, he went. And,
Was that trip sponsored by tribal funds?
So the executive branch funds, yes.
Executive branch tribal funds. Okay, so what's the, I guess, moving forward, what's your envision? Are you wanting, I guess, give me an idea of what you envision, how these engagements move forward in the future? Are we gonna send our youth to these? If so, how many?
Well, my goal is to have 10. We wanted to send 10, we had 10 for a while. Then I got close to that date and their parents got scared, I guess, of international travel and so forth. To see planes having problems and so forth, and the idea of traveling internationally is scary to a lot of our Indian people, yes, because they pull their kids out of consideration, so we did have more than 10 that expressed interest in going. But ultimately, we had one that went, so they have a good presentation on how, what they saw there. So it's a good, again, it's a good educational activity, opportunity to meet young people from around the world in different cultures. It's a life changing opportunity for our young people. I remember the first time I went to Washington DC, that was life changing for me. I was in Powell County all my life. Maybe Oklahoma City was so well, but more than Washington DC and meeting senators and stuff like that, that was a life changing experience for me. So I want to help our young people. I want us to help our young people. We need to engage them and gear them and guide them, give them exposure to good stuff as much as we can. So that's what this is about. This is not this willy-nilly stuff, but this is a plan to help our young people.
So I have another question on another topic. This is an engagement with Kaylee Long with Western Elements.
Yeah.
Would you give us an update on what the nature or outcome you see as an engagement with, what's gonna be the outcome from that engagement with Kaylee Long and Western
Well,
Elements?
we're not engaged with Katie Long, but we're engaged with the Westwood Elements plant. We have environmental assessment being undertaken right now, supposed to be completed pretty soon at the end of this month, and then they prepare a report, send it to us, and then we'll review it together and see what kind of environmental impacts that outline. Because all along, I told Katie Long, and she met with us with KCA, I said, well, could you have another chance to provide our own assessment, environmental assessment? Well, they gave us a copy of the assessment that they paid for, but it's their assessment, right? And so maybe it's not totally objective. And so we asked her if we could do our own assessment, and they agreed. So we started the process.
Who's the entity completing our environmental assessment for as a tribe?
The division of OU, Oklahoma University.
It's an OU program
Yeah.
that's going to be completing our environmental assessment for the tribe.
Yes, for us.
So we have not entered any partnerships at this time with Western Elements.
No, we wouldn't, because that's too volatile of a industry. I wouldn't want to be involved. Good or bad or whatever, I haven't seen our assessment,
Okay.
so.
I asked that question, just, I asked that question, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Because we had some information from the departments that, we were looking at, how they were gonna be bringing jobs to the area, the KCA.
Well,
or
She wants to hire tribal people, that's how her PR kind of strategy, is to reach out to the tribes for jobs. And whether our people want to take advantage of that, it's up to them, we're not gonna be a partnership with the West Wind, it's just, again, it's too volatile, it's new.
Yeah.
And so it may or may not be environmentally friendly, so that's why we wanna rely on the third party, OU, from their credibility. And so whatever they come up with, they will have that information on our own, that we sponsor.
So at this time, we don't have an active partnership, I think you're just looking at the environmental
We
assessment.
don't have a partnership, and as far as I'm concerned, we don't have any reason to partner with them for business. Again, because we have better opportunities than going in for partner with Western Elements.
Okay. Speaker, that concludes my line of questioning for this afternoon.
Thank you, legislator. We talked. I'll turn it over to legislator Delon.
Thank you, Speaker. So Jason, if you could pull up item 9. We're going to pick up a thread, legislative Utahns, and just dive into the NIGC components with a little bit more granularity. So this is the November 2023 initial letter of concern that kind of sparked where we are almost 2 years later to the day, actually, and just a little bit. So this particular kind of letter of concern says, Dear Chairman Spottiswoode, and the NIGC Compliance Division's view, Chicago Tribe of Oklahoma's misuse of net gain revenue violates the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, National Indian Gaming Regulations, and the tribe's gaming ordinance. This may result in the Compliance Division recommending the NIGC chairman issue a notice of violation and a civil fine. And that, of course, is consistent with what you said earlier, Chairman, about how we can't, risk or end up incurring a civil penalty, I believe, is what she said. And so-
Possible. Wait, more, yes.
and so, continuing. Just for table setting elements, the 2023 letter says. The NIGC Oklahoma City Region Office received complaints from Kiowa tribal officials and members concerning KCOA board members receiving improper stipends for attending KCOA meetings. Violation of the 5th and 6th amended legislative charters for the KCOA. The dates of certain stipend payments raise questions. For instance, on October 18, 2018, Susan Dunlap and Joe Poe each received 5 separate checks for $500. Additionally, some board members were issued multiple stipends the same day. For example, on March 14, 2019, Joe Poe received checks for $500 and $1,000 for KCOA meetings. In addition, on May 20th, 2019, 2 checks for $1,000 each were issued to Poe. In 2018 and 2019, stipend payments totaling $202,850 were issued to board members Dunlap and Poe alone. Specifically, Dunlap and Poe received $94,000 and $108,850 respectively for both years. These payments, primarily in the amounts of $500 and $1,000, exceed those permitted in the tribe's approved fiscal year 2018-2019 budget, with authorized stipend payments of $300 per meeting. Now we're going to dive into a couple of kind of your ensuing correspondences with the NIGC, but have you found any evidence counter to what the NIG is stating in its letter of concern, which is that the stipend amounts exceed those permitted in the tribe's annual budget from 2018 to 2019?
I don't dispute that the stipend amounts exceed, but there was a compensation that they got. That would classify as stipends, and I reviewed that and I questioned it. And so, we can go on and on and on. Frankly, well, I addressed the issue. I looked at the guilt report research. I looked at the materials. I came up with my decision
Okay,
based on what I had in front of me. So I
so
sent it to the NIGC, and they came back and didn't accept my final letter. And so what happened is that they met actually with all these individuals involved. And so now we're waiting their final decision. So I don't know, we can go over this all along. We're
going to.
we're about to be finished with that. So I don't know what you think we can do here. But we're at the mercy of waiting for NIGC, their decision, and then we have to follow whatever they say they're gonna do, or they're gonna collect us to do. In order to stay compliant in their eyes. Whatever that is, collect all this money back to those guys, part of it, I don't know what it's gonna be. But we're gonna comply with 100% with what they tell us to. But we haven't yet received what they want us to do. So I don't know what we can accomplish by banning that back and forth here. But it's in their hands.
What we'll accomplish, Chairman, is getting clarity on your position, given that we're gonna dive into correspondence that you signed. And kind of how your position has evolved.
I did sign it because that was my decision.
Yeah, so we're gonna dive into different correspondence and communication that you signed, because it represents sort of an evolution, not terribly consistent with vision, so we're going to try to ascertain kind of the elements there. This is just part of the fact finding process, so, okay, so it sounds like you are not disputing that the limits on what were permitted in the fiscal year annual budget of 2018-2019 was exceeded. That's at least what the NIGC is saying in their initial 2023 letter.
At first glance, they're questioning the stipends and it's all classified as stipends.
We're practically also by stipends in the NIGC letter, so.
That's what they got. That's what the information they're basing it on, information that was sent to them said stipends.
And you're saying they're not stipends.
I'm saying they're all classified as stipends, but not all of them were stipends. They're compensation for work being done. Keep the casino operating, meeting with bankers, meeting with hotel people, plan stuff. They're doing the work, so there's a gap, you may or may not know, of no general manager there. John Peters resigned for a while, and then came back, there's a lot of things going on. And
So
the first slide, you say they're all stipends, Or else, well, you can say that, and that's what county classified those payments.
So there's
So they were classified as stipends, but the information I got was they're not for all call meetings, they're all for activities and time spent with other parties, vendors and so forth, keeping it simple. That's what I based my decision.
So does the fifth and sixth amended charter of the KCOA, do those authorize payments and compensation beyond what is delineated in the charter? Because you're saying that this is separate, distinct payments.
I don't think it specifically says,
Okay, so it doesn't authorize them.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I have to look at it and see. I don't know that's the data.
So. Does this sort of wrap this up? For kind of notes and sort of bookmarking. And the 2023 letter that spurred this entire kind of discourse that we're having now.
The one from the NGC?
Yes.
So it's pretty.
The NIGC says, please submit a corrective action plan by December 1st, 2023. That details how the tribe will come into compliance and the steps that the tribe will take to assure that. And then there's a list of 5 provisions and mandates. And number 4 is ensure that non-compliant stipend amounts paid to KCOA board members identified above are recovered. So it seems pretty clear and unambiguous that at that juncture, NIGC is saying that these amounts need to be recovered.
Yes.
So going on to 10A, which is correspondence from February 1st, and that is signed by you. On page 2 of 10A, you're writing back to Tom Cunningham of NIGC. And at the bottom, we kind of actually sort of tackle one of the elements that we were just discussing. And it's specifically, at least in the letter that you sign, delineates the provisions of compensation for the 6th Amendment Charter and says that the trustees shall be entitled to receive a fixed stipend as compensation per meeting as set in the approved annual budget or budget modification. The per meeting stipends shall be for regular and special meetings of the board. And so they should also be entitled to receive reimbursement for any reasonable expenses. But I don't see any provision in there that delineates extra compensation besides what that literally delineates, which is the stipends as approved in the annual budget, and then also reimbursement. And that's again your citation.
Yeah.
So kind of also notes that regular meetings of the board that are limited to 12 monthly meetings, and that special meetings are limited to 12 per year as well. So that would theoretically be what the allocation amount was times 24 for each person as the maximum cap. Moving on to page 4. In this letter that you signed, you actually note that the cap is $36,000 per KCOA board trustee, because it's the formula that I mentioned, which is $300 per meeting times 24 meetings. This is what the amount that is authorized by law is.
Yes.
Okay, so going on, we know that 2019 and 2020, in those fiscal years, there was no budget approved for the KCOA. And so kind of what you're signing at the bottom of page 4 is based on the aforementioned rates of compensation prescribed in the laws and budgets of the tribe as applied during the relevant time period. It is possible to calculate the amount of any overpayments to the listed KCOA trustees. However, as indicated in your letter, that certain payments should likely be disallowed. For example, KCOA trustee compensation should be disallowed for such matters as attending KCOA meetings without a quorum present, receiving multiple per diems on the same day, attending non-KCOA meetings, receiving a per diem to conduct work outside of the meeting, and attending a conference. Please be assured, however, that the tribe will take all reasonable steps to seek recovery of any overpayments which are identified.
Yes.
And that will keep you informed of our progress. So we do not anticipate any significant delays in pursuing this matter.
Yeah.
Of course, that was written in February 1st of 2024, and now we are a year and a half later, October of 2025. Obviously, there's been delay. Do you still stand by that analysis as you signed in February
Well,
2024?
this was before with the former KCOA members.
Right, but
But I felt like I could have given them due process met. Has to be with the third information.
so are you stating that you don't stand by this anymore? This assessment, this analysis.
So this is before I wrote my final letter that said, I think it's all justified.
Okay,
As far as I'm concerned, this matter is closed.
okay,
That's
so,
my final communication to NIDC.
okay, we'll get to that in a second. And happy to foreground that, because there are questions about that I have. But in terms of this is a legal analysis essentially.
I responded to them, yes.
Right, and so do you stand by that legal analysis here, or has it changed?
Well, the legal analysis is legal analysis, but I factored in real world extenuating circumstances and came up with a conclusion based on what I saw, the evidence that was provided to me that I didn't have before. So all I had was just information that our accountant applied. Her charge was just to find how much they were paid and what were the call meetings, and that was her very focused analysis. She should have looked at what they were being compensated for outside of the call meetings, which she did not. And so that was based on the information that I had at the time. I mean, again, I didn't get the information from our KCOA board members at the time that I wrote that letter, and that was based purely on data that I had, and I haven't talked to those individuals at all.
Okay, so when you write, for example, KCOA trustee compensation should be disallowed for such
Yes,
matters.
I was concurring with the NNDC pretty much in my letter.
Okay, so do you
Yes.
still think that those compensations should be disallowed for
No,
those
because
purposes?
my letter doesn't say that.
Okay, so you disagree with the NIGC's perspective, or you disagree with that?
Yes,
You actually have changed
I changed my position.
statutory
Yes,
instruction.
I changed my position and sent that to the NIGC, and we're awaiting their decision now, and they may not agree at all.
So is your position that, because you're citing pretty clearly the charters, which are tribal laws, and you're citing those as kind of the parameters that you're going by, and you no longer think that that should be the sole element that you're considering? Okay, so you think that you should not be considering tribal law as kind of a final determination of what the parameters are, is that correct?
That's great.
Okay.
Because it's not specifically defined on, again, the numbers, the data that they have, it's not specifically silence, again, compensation for other duties.
But in kind of one of your, like,
I know. I
You're
know what
right.
I wrote. Yes.
you say that compensation is very
I
clearly
know what I
defined
wrote.
in the
yes.
Sixth Amendment chart, but you're saying that should, actually, tribal law should not be the kind
Because
of.
all the information I had at that time was that they were getting paid for stipends for meetings that maybe some of those weren't called meetings, some of those are from other groups that. Well, I would say that basically almost consistent with the NIGC.
Okay, and you,
I had met with the individuals and I didn't think that was fair to them to come up with this hard line position based on consistent with theirs, because all the information they had was what was sent to them, which was very select information. Very, so again, I got a chance to visit and see all this information, visit them, so yes. After meeting with these individuals, I wanted to give them due process and saying their position and providing the information. So yes, my position changed after that. And that it's clearly articulated in my last letter to them.
yeah, we'll get there. So kind of on page 5 of that same February 1st correspondence. The tribe will complete final calculations of any overpayments to the listed KCOA trustees. And by carefully reviewing each claim for compensation and the reasons therefore, the tribe will report its conclusions, and you've done that. Tribe will take all reasonable steps to collect any overpayments identified in the review of the compensation made to the listed KCOA trustees, including civil collection efforts. If we go on to item 10B. So you're pretty clear on February 1st about there will be fallbacks of those overpayments. And
The problem is, I'm not saying, I said my position, you know, I want to be. Communicate with NIGC, so I want,
So on February 2nd, in response to the February 1st letter, you state very clearly that you'll initiate clawbacks or recovery efforts of overpayments. We have PCOA Chairman Mac Mahan responding to you, to Jacob Zotai, and to Gaming Commissioner Robert Short. And he here just sort of flat out states, I'm not gonna be repaying anything. And so.
oh, no, this is like, you know.
Yeah, so
You can do whatever you want.
in terms of, kind of, just to reconfirm. The KCOA is located within the executive branch, correct?
Right,
Okay, so you are the superior, obviously to the tribe as a large, but you're also kind of the direct superior to the KCOA, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Just, in terms of whenever you. Get. Sort of feedback from a subordinate, direct
Yeah.
report, that they're not going to do something that you stated that they should do. Is it normal for you to, what is the typical response in that situation for you?
well, if I don't give them, again, their chance to cite their side. Of a decision that I made, and. I give them a chance to. Take their position, meet with them and take their decision, go over.
Okay.
Normally, I want to meet with them first before I make such a decision, again, I didn't give them a chance to meet. Nobody. When I issued that first rate.
Okay. And then later in February 2024, I believe that the Cloud Gaming Commission revoked. Mr. McMahon's gaming license for a temporary period, correct? And then.
Yeah, because they say it was under investigation.
Okay. And I believe kind of the other, sort of. In the correspondence, there is kind of the identification from the tribe that could be happening in terms of a revocation. And then, I know Mr. McMahon was very upset in kind of that February 2023, I think is the correct date of 2024, revocation. And then, there's correct discussion in a TCOA board meeting with the gaming commissioners, and they end up ultimately revoking that, kind of rescinding that revocation, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, and did you advocate for the revocation of that, and the rescission of that revocation?
Well, I say, in my opinion, they're making a decision prematurely, well, this investigation. Was not done, and NIGC didn't make the final decision. And so why would you risk revoking his license during the investigation when there's. No final resolution yet to implicate that he should get his license revoked.
Well, in some of the correspondence you signed, there was specific, just sort of indication that part of the corrective action plan would be the revocation of
Yes,
the
yes.
license. So that's theoretically why that would happen, correct? Because it's part of the corrective action.
It was finalized, but it still was pending,
Okay, so
still hadn't been finalized.
moving on to March 12th, 2024, which is item 11. This is sort of just a continuation. You actually sent us to the NIGC after you wrote letters to Belmont, Bo, Kennedy,
Yeah.
Magnahon, and Yegu. And this says on March 7, 2024, the tribe issued letters to each of the 5 Cloud Casino Operations Authority board members who listed the NIGC LLC seeking recovery and repayment of funds that the board members received as excessive compensation. Each letter contains unique information related to each board member, including the tenure, the number of meetings, and amount of compensation permitted, and the total compensation received by each board member. So upon request, the tribe will discuss the terms of repayment of excess compensation for each of the board members listed. We're gonna get into those letters here in a minute, but it further states in this March 12, 2024 correspondence. The tribe's gaming commission is aware of the NIGC LLC and the tribe's response with the corrective action plan. The gaming commission has taken some preliminary action regarding one of the listed cases with board members, although no final actions by the gaming commission have been taken regarding these individuals. And so does that refer to the initial revocation of
Yes,
McMahon's dealer license?
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on. Let's go to 15C. So this is the cover letter that you kind of reference in that March. This is to the NIGC. And this is actually April 15th of 2024.
yes.
And you're following up on a March 7th kind of outreach to each of the 5
Yes.
former KC trustees and to Jerry McMahon among the 5. And so this specifically says, kind of, you know, the fact is that in April, they have not replied to you. And that after you had reached out to them in March, and so you're following up again and telling them that NIGC made its request for an update under threat of regulatory sanctions and monetary fines against the tribe. The NIGC has placed regulatory demands on the tribe to take corrective actions. So that kind of is consistent with what you said earlier,
Yeah.
where there is the looming factor of civil penalty or some sort
Oh,
of.
yeah, it's always a concern. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of, let's go to 15P. Pull up the cover of that, so those are kind of part is March 7th at the top.
Okay, do you want the Joe Poe one or the Richard McMahon one?
Heather's fine.
Yeah.
Joe Poe's fine.
Look pretty much similar.
Yeah, so I mean, these are pretty identical. And so just to kind of give context for how thorough the deconstruction is here. We went through a little bit with Mr. McMahon yesterday. But each of these kind of letters, it's single spaced, it's 5 pages. And it gives pretty intense deconstruction signed by you of, look, this is the 6th amended charter that was in effect at the time. This is the 5th amended charter that was in effect at the time. These are the tribe laws that were violated. And this is kind of the amount that you owe back based upon our internal calculation.
Well, based on this amount at the time, yes.
You go to page 4 of whatever letter you have, Jason.
Get the
And so-
Joe Poe one up right now.
Okay, go to page 4. So, and you even kind of get down into the granularity of determining non-forum overpayments.
Yeah.
And you specifically delivered that amount. It's 76,700 for Dunlap, 14,100 for Kennedy, 35,100 for Richard McMahon, $98,050 for Joe Poe, and $100,100 for Luke. And so I've got Mr. Poe's overpayment amount at $98,000 here highlighted, just so people can see. And then there's a handwritten calculation where you have that amount and it looks like it's multiplied by 70%. So is the proposition there that each of these folks only pays back 70% of the overpayments identified at this time? Like at the time of
Is that
right?
right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I was kind of just penciling what could be possibly negotiated, but again, at that point, I hadn't met them.
Okay.
So that was kind of my concept of just maybe come up with a negotiating, come up with a percentage that would be acceptable, not only to them, but to the LDC, so based on the information I had at the time. But this is pure numbers, meetings, all meetings and so forth that was conducted by actually our staff.
So let's just, your mind frame here is what you just described, where you're kind of thinking about. Maybe we can negotiate this amount and
So this, just the design and collection process that
Yeah.
we're acceptable, yeah.
so in this kind of formulation. Who is paying back the other 30%?
Nobody would be just agreed upon
Okay, so
compromise, basically.
you're proposing basically a 30% forgiveness of the overpayments at this juncture.
Yeah, that's what my thinking was, that would be possibly discussed when I met, yes.
Okay. let's go, Jason, to item 15D.
15D, dog.
Doesn't do it.
The notes, correct?
Yes. So this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but you send out kind of this follow-up letter on April, after you don't hear back from either of the five folks implicated in the NGC investigation. And you say, or they respond to you with something, I'm sure, meet a meeting.
Yeah, I finally had a meeting with them, yes.
Okay, and that's in, it looks like May 16th, 2024. And so this looks to be the sign-in sheet. And so it's you, I believe Jacob, and all of the folks there.
The others, I think all of them.
Yeah, okay, so that's the sign-in sheet. So this is where they kind of prevail on you in terms of they share their perspective.
They
Yeah.
brought their information that meeting.
Okay. And in terms of other attendees, there were no other attendees at that meeting. Okay, so,
Anybody that was there with us. One that was involved in this issue, Jacob and I, was fine.
so how do you then kind of come, because you come to, I guess my question is, what sort of information did they bring at this meeting?
Minutes, emails of every meeting, every bit, and how they would be compensated for that, for this meeting, whomever. It's a big binder out, you guys have a copy of it.
Okay. We probably dove into some of those
Well,
emails.
it took a little, so yeah, it took a long time.
So in terms of they bring these emails, and let's just take one specific email in the trove, and I'll synopsize it because I can remember it. I'll stipulate that I'm doing it from memory, but there was an exchange with Richard yesterday about one specific email because he and I believe Mr. Poe were interviewing Sean Whitehorse, and they charged a non-farm fee, I believe, for that of $500, if I'm not mistaken. Stipulating that I could be accurate on that, but I do know that the email was them kind of charging for speaking to Sean. So is that the type of email that, is that the sort of email that you're referencing that they brought us evidence?
They could be able to remember that specific one, but there's different types of email from being, again, bidders and other individuals, and of course, single business, yes.
Okay, so with respect to that particular kind of instance, why I bring it up is obviously. You chairman have the authority and the sole kind of discretion to nominate folks to the KCOA board of directors or the board of trustees. And yeah, so and then legislative confirmation authorities are part of the Constitution. And also for specific statutes when applicable, but I don't think in terms of the history of the KCOA charters. That there has been an instance where that responsibility for interviewing an appointee for a board has fallen within the board itself. That would be a little bit of a conflict of interest to a certain extent. And so.
Possibly, I didn't know that they meant.
But so in that instance, where they're charging a fee for that work,
Yeah.
is that kind of what you're saying is permitted as rationalizing or justifying those overpayments?
Well, I'll defer to them and make those decisions. Be where we.
Okay, I'm just asking because this. You have a very thorough deconstruction that you signed in March, where you're assessing kind of the legal angle of everything and what the tribal law says.
Yes.
And then you have kind of this meeting and you afterward, at least from the correspondence and the kind of arc of the correspondence. It seems like you effectively kind of do a 180 where you, and we'll get to it in a second.
Yeah, that's pretty much 180, I guess.
Okay.
All of that.
And you're saying that kind of this evidence compelled you to sort of dispense with the provisions of the charter or feel that they were at least sort of needed to be accounted for with like real world considerations, so I'm just trying to get a sense of the evidence that spurred that change.
Yeah, well, again, I met with them, I talked to them, and we had a conversation after the board. Went through some of the information, but I brought with him and for the rest of it. So, yeah, it was based on getting their side of the story of their information. Which up to that point, I hadn't met with them or got any information from them.
And their side of the story is kind of.
So I was taking the hard line approach until I met with them. So, yeah, pretty obvious.
Okay. After that, so in terms of kind of the discussion points, what arose during that, what does that say, K for no reason? Is that correct? Okay, so they're effectively stating K for no reason.
Let's not talk about information up there on that, I wish you would show that.
But the meeting is, well, the meeting was, that information was shared as the document production, and so we were.
It's all confidential.
But okay, so
There
there's,
is on.
so
Forum.
give me a. give me-
more confidential.
So give me a context here. The note says pay for no reason, John Peters authorized, but therefore it's saying pay for no reason, which is counter to pay for reasons that convinced me. So what is the kind of note there mean?
Because the information I was given was that they were getting payments for no apparent reason.
Okay, but I mean,
Those two.
right there, so it's curious just in terms of their
Those are just
establishing.
based on. Individuals, I didn't have facts or information, I was just writing notes based on what they were saying.
Okay. Well, it's interesting though that they're stating that pay for no reason was kind of at least some sort of, had some sort of presence or protocol. Or kind of, you know, it was part of the culture there, but that, since kind of that's what we're discussing, very specifically. And Mr. O and Mr. McMahon, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were pretty strident supporters of yours when you were campaigning, correct? Or Sharon?
Well, they were known supporters, but they were, I had a lot of supporters.
You got a lot of supporters, but I'm saying that they were vocal supporters of you, correct?
Yeah, they very strong supporters.
Did Mr. Poe or Mr. McMahon ever contribute financially to your campaign?
No, we have fundraisers to fund my campaign.
Did
Hospital sales mostly.
Yeah, but I mean, theoretically, we got, someone has to buy those tacos, right, or something, so. Or someone donates the supplies to have tacos.
Yeah, I don't know, don't need the material, we just have hospital sales and sell them. Use that money for our campaign.
Okay, so with respect to the case of the June 27th, 2024 letter.
Get it?
Okay, so this is the letter that you were talking about.
I think that was my last letter, wasn't
I believe it's the last letter
Yeah.
you specifically
it?
read.
That was, yes.
And so you're saying that this is your quote unquote final decision, is that correct?
That is.
Okay.
Hoping that they would accept it, but no, they didn't, but.
Okay, so kind of going down, you say no action will be taken to collect any stipends paid to these former KCO board members. And this matter merits no further investigation.
Yep.
So in terms of kind of, obviously, it's the chairman of the 90C that has the authority to make a final determination on this matter, right? Okay, and so would you state that as a tribe, even if you disagree with the determination of that kind of finding by that NIGC chairman, that we have to comply with it?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of Kind of the other elements there, you state that the additional stipend payments, were for the additional actual necessary work performed in maintaining ethical, legal, and compliant living practices and procedures. But in terms of the compliant part, I guess we are back to that sort of question of the payments at least weren't compliant with the 69 charter and the 59 charter provisions, correct? So we're talking about real world considerations versus. Okay, and then in terms of just like the initial November 2023 letter states that I believe there was at least one recipient of 5 separate checks on one day for $500 to $2,500. So that would work out if you just extrapolated the math out. I'm not saying this happened, but if we extrapolated $2,500 day for the work group, that would be $12,500 per week. So is there any amount of work that justifies that pay rate? Because my understanding is that they were getting paid for conference calls, so with no, I believe Mr. McMahon testified yesterday that there were no limits or time triggers where they would get paid after a certain amount of time, so theoretically, they could get paid $500 for a 5-minute conference call. Is that
Theoretically, yeah.
is that sort of parameter or framework rational, do you think?
Again, they all were aware of this and it takes away, prove it, or I'll use that as validation for that, that's including my letter.
Okay, yes,
My position in that letter.
so
Information I got.
yesterday, Mr. McMahon stated, kind of shifted and evolved a little bit. He stated that he would not pay back any overpayments that were determined, that he would only pay them back if he was sued or if there was a court order. And then after that, he said that he came back after break, and I think after a chat with this is speculation, but it was after the chat with legal advisement. He amended that to he have to think about it when NIDC kind of final determination is made. So is it troubling that the chair of our gaming enterprise is stating that he will not pay back any overpayments determined by the NIDC, and that court order would have to compel him to do so? Is that troubling to you?
Well, it's his opinion, he's had the right to his opinion, but if he loves that, then he's ordered to pursue that. And that would be trouble, yes. But, well, I'm thinking of mine and feelings, I can't control what people say, but if DC instructs us to collect 100% of it, then we'll collect 100% of it. And if he does, if he still has that position, then I'll have to take action to suppress it.
Okay. So you said you can't control people's feelings, but you can control folks under your purview, right?
Yes.
That's, you know, like, because the KCOA is part of the right? Okay, so moving on to the March 2025 letter from the NIDC. This is in response to your kind of last signed epistle or missive communication with the NIDC back in June 2024. And then on page kind of, there's a lot of historical, just synopsizing, summarizing of what's happened to that date. And then on page 3 at the bottom, you have the NIDC say that your June 2024 letter, when you're kind of ascribing all of this to a disgruntled lone former COO/EM, they state the tribe's third follow-up response letter incorrectly states the timing and sources of the information provided to the NIGC. The information regarding these stipends was received from multiple sources in 2019, 2021. So I believe, if I'm not incorrect, that the CEO slash GM in question was actually let go in 2022 or 2023 after the election, which would make it impossible for him to retroactively be doing this or be the lone complainant back in 2019, 2021. And it says further, the letter fails to provide an accounting of the additional amounts paid and justification for that additional amount paid outside the stipend policy and procedures. So your letter, even though it was spurred by the evidence presented by Mr. Coe, Mr. McMahon, and the other three in that May 16 letter, why did you not include that evidence since it was persuasive in your June letter to the NIGC?
I sent to them.
Yeah.
Because it was so voluminous, but I think we ultimately did. You know, that was,
In response to that letter, we did.
Okay,
yeah.
so just clarifying, since it was compelling enough apparently to change your position. And then they're stating that they didn't get any sort of justification or rationalization. And then it says the NIGC encourages the tribe to continue its efforts outlined in the February 1st, 2024 corrective action plan. So going on to item 14, this is correspondence from Attorney General Randy Humbert. Yeah, dated April 10th, 2025. And it reads, Dear Mr. Wheeler, and this is Randall Humbert writing. I have been directed by Chairman Lawrence Potiphar to prepare and submit a response to your letter of March 11, 2025. And that was the most recent one we took a look at. Skipping down to the next line, the next sort of paragraph, actually. It says, I have the authority to speak on behalf of the chairman as to the executive branch's intended action in this matter now. Then we have the third paragraph, after having had an opportunity to review the facts, the documented history of this matter, and conduct an independent investigation, I agree to resume the course of action agreed to between the tribe and the NIGC and attempt to collect the overpaid stipend funds from each board member, Dunlap, Kennedy, McMahon, Devin, Yegu, against whom recovery was previously sought. In this regard, the chairman and I will immediately resume communication with each commissioner along with the KCOA and KGC to resume attempts to recover the overpayments received by each member previously noted. There's some other kind of verbiage there, but clearly you directed Attorney General Humbert to write this letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of just a point of confusion, because you said that your final determination, your final correspondence with the NIGC was your June 2024 letter, but you obviously are not the person writing this, but you directed Randall Humbert to write this.
Yes.
Okay, and so in it, Randall Humbert states that he is going to immediately attempt to resume recovery of overpayments that were issued to McMahon, Poe, Dunlap, Kennedy, and Yegu. However, yesterday, Mr. McMahon, in his testimony, said that there have been no efforts or communication to him or attempts to recover those overpayments. So was Mr. McMahon lying in his testimony yesterday? So this, in this correspondence,
Took action on that yet. But we have.
okay, so why is the Attorney General here stating to the NIGC that you have directed him to initiate recovery efforts, and I agreed to resume the course of action agreed to between the tribe and the NIGC and attempt to collect the overpaid stipend funds from each board member. I will immediately resume communication with each commissioner along with the KCOA and KGC. So is that not an accurate representation of the communication? Is that a misrepresentation to the NIGC of what communication has been initiated to Mr. McMahon? Because you're stating that no efforts have been taken to recover the same.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, so this is a misrepresentation to the NIGC of the efforts that have been taken by the tribe, because it says, I will immediately resume communication with each commissioner to attempt to recover the overpayments. So that's not
I
true.
believe did start communicating with those commissioners and they. Requested a meeting with the NIGC themselves. Which
Okay.
subsequently happened.
So you're stating that. That Mr. McMahon says no efforts have been taken to recover the payments. And then we have here, I will immediately resume communication to resume attempts. So that's to resume attempts. So have attempts been resumed or not?
Not yet.
Okay, so that seems to me on its face a sort of contradiction there. Speaker Arnett asked for a 3-minute recess.
This was actually as for me. Because it's not just the-
Is there a motion for recess?
Yeah, that's, they agreed to postpone it
Yeah.
until they had their meeting.
Yeah.
We didn't have another letter
Yeah.
to them. There's been 6 phone calls.
This is the last.
So I guess my confusion as well, is in terms of the word immediately. So immediately attempt to resume efforts to recover, and then this is in April or in October. That's 6 months, it doesn't seem immediately. So have there been any other instances of misrepresentations that be about what's happening? In terms of the.
Well, they don't say any second occasion, we had. Our attorney general, I think, might have been on one of them. Other attorneys were involved in discussion with Wheeler. And I believe that what transpired was that they're taking their opportunity to meet with them face to face, over and state their position. I talked about the commissioners.
Okay.
So they did meet with the NIGC face to face. I'm not sure when that happened, you remember what? The Commissioner Casey guys met with the NIGC.
Yeah, that was the week before. The 3rd week of September. They had a meeting with Mr. Wheeler at the NIGC in Oklahoma City. They
Okay,
were represented by another attorney named Gilmer.
I think Relevant perhaps, right?
Relevant,
Is that-
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
It wasn't Bill Graham.
In terms of that component, I mean, sort of my confusion still stands in the sense that it's presented as immediate attempts to recover the overpayments. And then, they meet in September, which is still 5 months later, which
Well, there's a lot of
is.
communication, phone communication, which didn't show up then.
So what was the nature of that communication?
No. Maybe we'll talk, make sure those are or not.
I can tell.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, were the phone conversations about
Oh,
attempting to recover overpayments?
Yeah, what we did is I spoke with Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Cunningham both. And they were both with the NIGC. We also have spoken with another lady that works there, I think. I think her name may be Longhair.
Yeah, Valerie Longhair.
Okay, yeah, nice lady, and what we did was. We agreed on those phone calls because Mr. McMahon and his other former commissioners wanted an opportunity to visit with the NIGC. And I said I didn't have a problem with that, but I didn't want to have any involvement with that, so they had their meeting scheduled. They went and visited with them, and then Mr. Wheeler called me when I was in New Mexico. We had a nice long visit in the parking lot of the zoo. And it was a very pleasant conversation. I can tell you the details of what he said if you're interested.
No, I mean,
Okay.
I initially thought that the chairman was saying that phone conversations were had with those KCOA trustees, because that was the kind of central part of that question. That, like efforts to resume that immediately, the communication with theoretically with those trustees immediately, so that.
And I did not have those phone calls because they were represented by counsel.
Okay.
So I didn't want to violate my ethical obligations by taking on somebody that was very likely going to be an adversarial person in litigation if I did have to go after it.
Okay,
And I meant phone calls were made, but I was implying, NIGC.
okay, I thought
Good
to,
way.
I thought you was to say, oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I should have mentioned something or summarized my phone calls in a log or something. I didn't do that. Pick up the phone and speak to Mr. Wheeler. He was very pleasant gentleman.
So in terms of the correspondence from the NIDC, as far as I can tell, there has been no ambiguity or sort of shift in terms of what they have committed to paper, so that's.
No, not yet, but it may be the same after, but again, in an attempt to try to be fair and give these guys an opportunity to state their piece, then they agreed to meet them. So that may be the same, it may not be, we'll see what they say. So it should be the final though, right?
Well, this is addressing the letters of concern, which is like kind of phase one deal. If there's a notice of violation, which is the subsequent, if they say you're all wet, you better go get that money or you're in violation. Then that'll be a stage 2 proceeding instituted by the NIGC. I don't think we're gonna get there.
Well, recovery of overpayments would theoretically happen before we got to that sort of territory, correct? That
To
way,
try to avoid that.
Well, if they instructed us to recover, we didn't. We'd be open up for clear sanctions.
well,
Do that.
well,
I want to see, give them the opportunity to have a fair process in this place, in this process. But I think this is the last time we'll have to have that kind of issue, and again, that's why I say it's in the NIGC's hands now after they met with the. Well, they may have a good letter, they may change.
okay. So would it be fair to say that? So, like I mentioned before, and you kind of, your position has evolved as of the June 2024 letter. To kind of like a 180-degree reversal. And then now it seems, at least from Mr. Palmer's correspondence in April of 2024, that's maybe not 360 degrees back to the same place, but it's perhaps 300 degrees or something. So we've evolved kind of almost in a circle. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Humbert, since you're kind of in the conversation, do you feel it would be proper for those overpayments to be paid back? Based upon your knowledge at the time.
If the NIC directs us to do so, we'll pursue it.
Okay. Just because in the April letter, you state that kind of you and Chairman Spotted have collectively decided that it would be proper, so if, okay, so it seems like, yes, it's proper, is what that is, right?
I'll do exactly what he tells me. He says go after and.
Well, and I'll say what exactly the NIGC tells us.
Okay, well, that's good to
So
know.
this is part of negotiation.
Well, I also think that, in terms of the sort of history here, we had the kind of discourse earlier about, Mr. McMahon, effectively, making this post on Facebook where he stated that the NIGC investigation had found everyone innocent and all wrongdoing. And so we questioned it. You mentioned kind of potentially in reference to that, potentially in reference to something else, but there was feelings of bullying just by us kind of questioning a public statement.
And so Richard McMahon.
Yeah, I said it could be in relation to that because that's the only data point that I have for you issuing a letter to us, and I said it could be in reference to something else. So,
But it's going in the future, though, I would hope that we could communicate in this manner. Actually, I would hope that you guys could just come into my office if there's a question and talk it through.
well,
And answer, I call me up, instead of this kind of thing.
well,
That's a prerogative, and I'm here.
yeah, and in that particular instance where we're questioning the false statement published to social media by the chairman of the DCOA, about the status of the federal investigation, where he's saying he's been found innocent. That's false, obviously, and so we are,
Social media could say anything.
right,
I don't know if that's involved with the law or not. I think it is. But
well, do you
I don't
believe,
know.
do you believe it's appropriate for an appointee under your purview to make false statements about the federal investigation to tribe members? Do you believe that's appropriate?
Not appropriate, no.
Okay,
And I
So-
told him such.
so
I told him to go silent on Facebook.
okay, so I'm kind of responding in general to kind of your mention, or your reference, so we could just be having this conversation casually. But we, went to, Richard directly, as a legislature in his capacity as an appointee of our chief, enterprise within the tribe, the game enterprise. We asked him, hey, pretty straightforwardly, could you please provide context or update about when the NIGC investigation is concluded or found a final determination of innocence? And then at that juncture, he kind of evasively says, I can't answer anything unless you have a screenshot. And then the next thing we know, you're stating to us as a legislature, I am directing them to not answer any questions, they're not obligated to interact with you. And so there's effectively a kind of wall there, which,
Well, it's fair communication, but this was a lot. I'm concerned with you guys too, trying to reach out to NIGC when it's in general involved in negotiation, because I'm the one that's charged with negotiating with outside agency. Not
Well-
you, or not staff, or not anybody, but it has to be very carefully managed, and yes. They may not totally agree with me, but whatever the case may be, this part of negotiation. That happens.
right,
It's my prerogative. And I'm doing the best I can. And so I'm trying to clear up communication because I fear you guys were communicating with NIDC as well. I think it's very late at time, if I'm not mistaken. And that's not appropriate, at least of what I see. To keep sensitive negotiations, very carefully handled. But many people throwing out opinions and conversations and questions just out of the water with something that's sensitive.
okay.
So I wanted to clear up the information, not only now, but from now, but for the future. And just let me know what you need to know, and I'll find the person that will provide the information and give it to you.
Okay.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, my example there was just that, we have outreach and then we're kind of met with formal directive to cease communication because it has to go through you. And
I get
so,
directives from you guys too, so we get the directives.
So-
we gotta move forward and clearing up clutter that's happening.
so, question, so you kind of mentioned that it's inappropriate for anyone but you to negotiate with the NIGC about this, but,
That's the way I see it.
okay, so why is Richard McMahon there negotiating?
Give them
about
the
a week ago?
opportunity, they agreed to give them the opportunity to talk.
Okay, but is it appropriate for only you as part of the tribe, as the tribe leader to negotiate with the
Only me
NIGC?
unless I'm okay with somebody else.
Okay, so you are okay with Chairman McMahon,
If
Going
they request,
outside,
if
even
they
if
get
it's-
my permission to do so, yes.
okay, so it's inappropriate for other actors to interact with the NIGC,
I
But-
think so.
but you think that Chairman McMahon has an exception to that kind of belief?
Against him, it was the other four.
Okay, so there's 5 exceptions to that sort of.
Yes, that was, yeah.
So-
I saw that as an opportunity to give them a fair chance to take the position to NIGC.
Okay, so you do believe that it's only you who should be interacting with the NIGC, except when it
It is.
isn't, it's these 5 people.
It says that in the Constitution. I'm the one that has negotiated with the outside government in
Okay, so
one sentence that says that. I'm reading it.
so why is the chairman of the KCOA, who's under your direct supervision, negotiating with outside
I
entities?
can authorize somebody else to do it. I have that authority. I can be okay with you guys reaching out to them. If you ask me,
So.
if you ask me.
Just as an editorial note.
We have,
I do not believe that.
we each have our own areas of authority outlined in the Constitution. And that's the best of my ability to try to follow it. I'm making mistakes along the way. I admit that. But I try to follow the Constitution.
Well, just to sort of clarify for the record as well, people don't believe that Jason has ever communicated with NIGC.
Okay, well, I got misinformation. There's a lot of that going around.
Okay, well, I guess that's what happens when we rely on hearsay, which is one of Chairman McMahon's favorite words.
It's a lot of people's favorite.
In terms of, it's kind of funny whenever one characterizes one's own words as hearsay. But, which is what Richard did, but, kind of moving on to a broader sort of question. Yesterday, it was difficult to get clarity from, Chairman McMahon on the question of whether or not the KCOA is an autonomous entity. And, that's really a little bit mystifying to me, because the KCOA is located in the executive branch under your supervision, correct? Okay, so, therefore, it would not be an autonomous entity, correct?
No entity is autonomous unless it's a separate enterprise managed by a separate board. So far, they're not separated from the government, as far as I can see. That could happen under Cow Incorporated. But there will still not be autonomous. But that those corporations have a owner representative. They do interaction with owner representatives, is the chairman. But there's also accountability and nothing else. But yes, I mean, when I came on board, the housing authority operated totally autonomously. And their charter stated that. I got some support of this board, this legislature, to update the housing charter. To clear that they're not totally autonomous, that they're reported to the federal. And that's when I hope that. Said that, and so, yes, there is. The Constitution says all boards and commissions are in the executive branch.
I mean, I don't say that.
Yeah.
I'm just
They're
saying,
not autonomous.
it was
I don't know
confusing
who says
yesterday.
that or who understands that, but I guess I have to clean that up.
Yeah, it was just confusing yesterday when, parents were back there from the KCOA chairman that they are autonomous when understating they're clearly under you in the executive branch and,
Yeah.
Even the organizational chart reflects that.
Yeah.
So you're not getting a disagreement from me. Jason, can we go to 23? And 8? So this is maybe belaboring the point of that, but it just is sort of a case. This is a letter from Bill Grimm, the KCOA attorney, and to speaker from October 6th. It's kind of an enumeration of objections. Personally, I have kind of a little bit of confusion there about whether or not Mr. Grimm is representing KCOA as an entity or Chairman McMahon in certain capacities. But Jason, if you could go to page 3. So here we have the KCOA.
See this letter from Graham?
Here we have on page 3 in the highlighted portion, the KCOA's legal counsel pretty clearly making the argument that the KCOA has autonomous existence separate and distinct from the tribe. That's the direct quote. And so you would disagree with that position.
It's pretty extreme, I agree. I disagree with that, yeah.
Is that a point of concern for you that the Casino Operations Authority has this kind of position codified into writing when they're
Well, the
saying?
attorney has an opinion and that part of it's incorrect in my opinion. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, if they're getting, Mr. McMahon yesterday cited that he has to rely on legal counsel. He specifically stated during his prior opinion on the board of trustees that he relied on Tom Zinda's opinion at that time, even though it was in violation of the provisions of the official English charter, including the CELAT from serving as an officer of the board while she was a board trustee. Mr. McMahon said that he was relying on Mr. Zinda's opinion when that happened. So we've got the legal counsel providing a pretty extreme opinion. And so my question, which you just answered, was just, you know, is that one of concern since in the context of Mr. McMahon stating that he has to rely on legal counsel and legal opinion. And then if we go to, well, kind of as a preliminary question, do you believe that the KCOA has to be legally and constitutionally part of the budget of the tribe?
No, I totally disagree with that.
Okay, you
What
think that,
what they provide to the tribe in an allocation or distribution, whatever you want to call it. From their profits, that part needs to be in our annual budget.
so you believe that,
Very dangerous for us as unqualified gaming managers to oversee an operational budget. Casino.
I'm not asking about the operational budget necessarily, I'm asking about like the, for example.
Oh, the KCOA budget.
Yes.
Well, no, it should be part of our budget, yes,
Okay,
I've always agreed
okay,
with that.
um,
KGC the same way.
yeah, because we've got in item 21. A couple of opinions, so what's the deal with by the board under Chairman McMahon. One is from a law firm called Venable, and then another one is from a law firm called Powers and Winters. Venable, of course, is in DC, Powers and Winters is in Tulsa, and they both kind of echo the premise in different sort of ways of getting there. That the KCOA budget is not necessarily need to follow the scope of things.
Their opinion, but again, I think it's even last year's budget, KCOA.
Yeah, I'm just asking about your,
No, that's why it's there, I wanted it to be there, I believe it needs to be. Well, these guys are wrong.
Okay.
In my opinion, I may be wrong, but I'm not a lawyer, but I believe they need to be, that needs to be part of a budget, because they're a division of the tribe.
I think we have kind of wrapped up on that particular subject. You know. That horse can always be revived though. Let's go, Jason, to
I
item,
would, we got a little recess for.
we can accommodate that. I'll make a motion to recess for 10 minutes.
Be all I need if.
Welcome in the second to recess, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Second.
Good, how are you? I think we're just waiting for.
Me?
What's that?
I'm sorry.
Casey.
I was getting some sugar. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, I have some questions here. Since it's 5:00. On an issue of credit cards. Have you or your wife used tribal credit cards for personal purchases, personal items?
No, I haven't. I believe, my wife accidentally did one time, I reversed the card. So, again, that was a mistake. We probably got reversed. But I never use it for personal, it's just see. And not what it's for.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, my questions are, you know, a little bit different from everyone else's, but Kiowa Inc. Has anyone been working on Highway Inc? and progression of?
Again, I'm just saying, there's no board, no funding transfer, so no, that's no.
So it. And when it finally gets up and running, where will we get this money to operate? Where do you see money coming from?
Well, we're fine. The TCF funds is what the target source of funding for that. And, hopefully it's in the budget. I asked you guys early on, before this budget, that it be specifically a line item, so we could have that. For the people to vote on, and then once we have that, then we could invest it in County, and of course we'll have to have a board to start that up. I don't have a board after a while, though I do have authority to start appointing a CEO, interim CEO.
Yeah.
So, but there can be a point where with the planning for business systems, so I'd like to see that filled up again to help grow our tribe. And so I've been planning for a budget to come from the LCCF fund to fund starting of that account.
Okay, I understand that. So with the funds coming from LATCF or startup, is it the goal to have all businesses self-sufficient without relying on any other revenue from the tribe?
Well, there may be. Next year, we might want to set aside something to support that yet. Not that much, but maybe 400,000 or 500,000, but again, we. Depends on what our budget looks like and how much revenue we have to support. The necessary services that we have, so it may or may not be funding for the initial phase of startup. But ideally, there's plans to start up federal contract that will require minimal amount to support that startup. So the idea is to start this up with either phone revenues or partner revenues or grants. Again, we can get grants to start up some of these enterprises. Yes, but intent is minimized when we get to my tribe, because we're gonna have a tough few years ahead of us. We may not have money for the enterprise startup. We'll try to get it started up sometimes. In my opinion.
And just moving back to the KCOA authority, who's in charge?
Well, run by board, PCOA board, the chair, they have a chair. We're in executive branch, so we ultimately report to the chairman.
And okay, back to the payments to the board. Do they have to comply with the budget passed by the case?
It has to be in the annual budget, pay their side, and there's any other payments that has to be in the budget too. So they have to operate, and they are. Then operate according to that good budget. That is now in the annual operate travel budget.
Okay, and do you have to comply with the KCOA charter?
I guess if it's a law, I have to comply with all of this, but you things. Legislature, the legislative process.
And how have you been working to implement the investment of funds required by the charter as amended recently?
Well, the moving funds a little bit. But they've had the other bank account, you tend to have an investment plan for that, some of it liquid, some of it long term. But we haven't had a plan before, that's sort of, we haven't had a revenue allocation plan. That only, we all want, regardless of a lot of tribal citizens want the revenue allocation. Not only will affect the casino, but future enterprises that establish in the profit, so we can put those things in those.
Is anyone in charge of the investing right now?
Well, our CFO's in charge, we contracted with the consultant to work with the casino to assist what gets transferred over, he's got that point, and he'll be in charge of overseeing our investment, developing our investment policy, as well as coming up with a mutually agreeable revenue allocation plan. Because we haven't had one, so how much comes to the tribe, it's never been, formally established, and so we want to have that, but we know exactly what they expect every year. So if for me and our CFO, we can know what the budget for, what revenue we have from casino or any enterprises, add to our budget.
And that concludes my question. And I'll turn it back over to legislator Dewan.
Thank you, Speaker. Jason, if you could. First document up. And so this is just a chart. That's been prepared by William Weaver as sort of a comparison for different wages and salaries throughout the tribe. Over the course of the time frame from 2022 until present. When, you know, we had the 2026 proposed budget. So I want to take a look at items, I believe, 95 and 96 first. And just sort of go in and dive into they're actually, I think on 2 separate pages, Jason, so you might need to overlap one with the other. But this kind of just gives a framework or a ballpark of one of the things that one legislative weeks on was addressing this prior pieces of legislation this year. Believing a polo raise and just a sort of an equitable allocation. So we've got on 95 the chief financial officer position. And back in 22, it was 72,500. Then after the budget law, I believe for 23, it was salaried at 80,000. And the prospective kind of budget that we had drafted, or you had drafted, rather, Chairman, for fiscal year 2026, it kind of jumped all the way up to 108,000. So if you take just kind of that 80,000 benchmark from 2023 and factor in the hike up to 108, that is I believe around the 35% jump. And then in terms of the deputy chief financial officer position, back in 22, it was at 65,000, and now it's at 95,000, or was at 95,000 in the prospective budget that you drafted for fiscal year 2026. And how that's a 46% jump as well. So obviously, a lot of the folks within the tribe are kind of at a pretty standard 3% adjustment raise per annum. So how are those specific select positions where they're making $80,000 or kind of $65,000, $72,000 for the deputy CFO, which are pretty robust salaries for, you know, the region? How does kind of the hike of 35% or 46% kind of factor in?
Well, it comes with managing an enterprise or government, trying to get the best people we can to lead process. We have a building process here. We have a lot of dysfunctional activity in the finance office when I came on board. Then a CFO that didn't last too long because I don't think he was a good CFO. He was allowed unallowable things to happen, and that's why he's not here anymore. But in order to get top ethical and qualified individuals, have to be competitive. Get them to Carnegie, Oklahoma. This CFO was the third one that agreed to come over here to get a final interview, and oh, we had a CFO, but then they came here and respectfully declined after they came here. Not much happening in Carnegie, I guess. There's no housing. There's a lot of challenges that small communities have. You bring qualified professional people to work with them. And one of the key management aspects is you hire intelligent, qualified people and then let them do their job. Some of that is negotiating salaries that justify their expertise and experience, and pay them what they need to be paid in order to come work. And our deputy CFO was a private citizen that recently acquired her CPA license, and so we're fortunate to have a deputy that's CPA entitled. And so by achieving that successfully, I felt like she deserved to be compensated, staying on board. She could keep jobs elsewhere with the CPA like in hand. And so that's again, that's using my experience in managing enterprises to pay people, so well, get them to come work for us, not be looking for a job, another job as soon as they get here. We have to get, not only get them here, but we have to retain them. And we're gonna have to pay them as much as we can afford to pay them. So that's just a necessary part of managing the growing enterprise. Paying our number one area that we have to focus on that I've seen other tribes fail at is their accounting. The grants management process. Where they can't make audits and misspend grant numbers. You can't pass audits and being pass audits in time. That was, I guess, the problem that we had. We corrected that and we move forward and we make achieve self-governance status, and that's not easy to achieve with the marginal accounting, finance and management staff and processes. And so, yes, I use the best, my judgment to run this tribe using the budget that's handed to me. And in preparing the budget, we include again, those salaries that reflect real world competitive rates that will get the people that we need here, trying to go home.
Well, the budget isn't inherently just handed to you, correct? You constructed it, Jared.
Well, the first one was, let's put it that way. But I have to work with what I had then, but yes, we offer up a budget to be considered.
I'm just,
You guys work it or change it or whatever and normally approve it in time for the fiscal year. But you know, that's in your hands, but
I'm just,
I propose what I think, what the executive branch needs to operate. Budgetarily.
and in terms of like, you mentioned kind of the deputy CFO role, that being a specific instance where there was a licensure that was obtained during the course of kind of her service to the tribe. And so just trying to get an idea of if, jump over the course of 4 years, like from 46% kind of up to when a licensure is involved, or a degree is that standard kind of adjustment or scaling?
Because I'm basing on standard, I'm just basing on reality. And weighing in all the factors of individual, what their expectations are in order to come work for us. And what we're gonna afford to do, so. You keep per the standard, it's hard to say that because we have a dynamic again, trying to Oklahoma. That it's difficult to get qualified people, we're still looking for grant writers. That seemed to be an easy one for us, but it's still very difficult. You get qualified grant and work. But bottom line is, I have to use our budget, get the people, do the job. Do the job, hopefully they're satisfied with those salaries and benefits of. Hopefully,
Okay,
that's what I'm dealing with.
in the current budget of fiscal year 25, for example, since we're on the subject of kind of, you're mentioning you have to get qualified people here.
Yes.
The Attorney General's role is salaried at $206,000 per annum.
Yeah.
Is that the highest rate of compensation in the tribe?
I believe so.
I would think so. And how many direct subordinates does Mr. Plumber supervise in his capacity as Attorney General?
None,
Okay,
we work through executive branch.
okay. And how many cases has Mr. Plumber litigated on behalf of the tribe since he started?
Litigated?
Yeah.
I don't know, we have any litigation.
Probably about 4.
Okay.
On the civil side, we have a full-time prosecutor,
Yeah, I'm aware of John, so.
and he's awesome.
Okay, so in kind of the fiscal year 2025 budget as well, I believe that there's a set aside of $250,000 for legal services is what I see executive branch.
Yes.
So do you feel that that's duplicative at all, given kind of, we've got Mr. Holmberg at 206K, and then we've got, legal services at 250K. Is that duplicative at all?
Not be good if it's necessary, again, you have many issues that come up.
Okay, so what
that
is,
requires other assistance in legal services.
okay, so structurally, what is a situation where you're availing yourself of other legal services outside the scope of Mr. Holmberg's expertise?
Well, I mean, Mr. Homburg is very capable and qualified, but there's some certain state circumstances that we rely on. Attorneys that are constitutional, with our updating with private constitution. I want to fight that battles, we were fighting battles. Again, we came on board, with a gentleman that tried to shut down our housing authority. And that battle finally came to a conclusion just recently. For those battles, we had to use that initiative to carry out that final battle. And hold him accountable for what he done. And there are other issues that we may call on special attorneys to support but he handles a lot of grants, reviews a lot of grants, contracts, agreements, so forth, reviews them, so we make sure that we have those outlined to take our life. So there's a lot of issues that he has to deal with every day. I'm not gonna speak for him, he can tell you what it does. Well, we do need other outside specialized legal services because there's a lot of issues that come up that I have to deal with.
I'm asking you because you drafted the budget. So
Yeah,
that's
that's what I'm saying. We have to have other outside special legal services to support come again.
Okay. Do you know what the compensation for the Attorney General of Oklahoma is? On a brand basis.
It's not much. Not much.
132,000.
Yeah, not much relative, yeah.
Do you know how many employees the Attorney General for the state of Oklahoma kind of has under their purview?
50,
It's 256. So,
alright,
okay.
quite a few.
And then our enrollment number is 10,300, 10,400, kind of that ballpark,
We
right?
haven't changed it.
Okay, so in terms of kind of, that's the constituency that Attorney General Palmer theoretically represents, although there's not really kind of any sort of definition of the role of Attorney General, so he primarily represents you as kind of the chief executive of our tribe, as the chief legal officer, correct?
Yes.
And so, do you know how many constituents that the AG of Oklahoma represents? It's 4.1,
AG?
yeah, the Attorney General of Oklahoma.
Close to 4 million?
Yeah, so,
Alright.
so. I guess just in terms of kind of this deconstruction of pay scales. How does one rationalize a rate of pay that's 70K more than the kind of chief legal officer of the state? Given those kind of variables in terms of direct reports and, the disparity in population, the disparity in kind of the scope of responsibilities and people working under them.
I don't think we're even looking person, you can't compare Attorney General, so to our Attorney General for the town of tribe. Because we're growing, we're developing enterprises, we're trying to develop, we want to fight these bigger battles that come on board, our water rights, we have never addressed our water rights, we have never addressed our reservation issue. Try to change, attack that issue, we have to have legal counsel to initiate that, and it's cheaper for me to get, I found out in my experience, it's cheaper to get a salary lawyer, qualified lawyer in-house than to have a contract lawyer that charge you by the hour. If they sit in a 2-day meeting like here, they'll charge you, you're sitting here in a 2-day meeting, right? And so it was, our expenses were substantial when I first came here, but we had a lot of legal battles and I had a contract lawyer on. And so we saved a lot of money by getting a salary for the general. Yeah, it goes to getting the best person I can get and paying them what they're worth, in my opinion, as an executive of this tribe.
Okay, we still have contract lawyers on board, we're getting paid, correct?
As needed, yes.
Okay. So there's still, there's stating that it sort of eliminates or reduces that duplicity.
We reduce our
But,
legal fees substantially.
okay, we're still expending from $250,000 allocation.
Yes.
Okay, so the cumulative kind of budget there is $450,000, 456.
406.
Okay. And in terms of, I guess. You know, you mentioned earlier, can you just contextualize that, because obviously. There's kind of the competing elements of what you're stating, which is that we have to get. Qualified professionals on board,
Yes.
and you were talking about a $500,000 allocation, and then earlier you said, you know. We have to say no because we can't provide services, knowing is, no one's gonna take care of Koigu except for us.
That's
So do
right.
you see any sort of tension points between those kind of competing priorities?
Well, again, we're building a travel nation here. And we need to build a travel nation. We have to. We had a new constitution that wasn't fully implemented yet. Again, especially we had one casino that was making some money, it's not a whole lot. We had two that losing money. And that's all we had. We had a dysfunctional tribal government. EIA that told us we were not ready. To start our building an enterprise, economic development arm. Hopefully, cooperation, but there's a lot of groundwork we need to do to build ourselves up in order to meet the needs of our people that will not meet today. So yes, spend money and to get marginally paid people to do marginal work, you can do that. You can't build a nation with marginal qualified people. You don't grow that way.
So in terms of kind of that component of growth and building capacity.
Yes.
I know that you're kind of mentioning, the. Like, let's take a look at the TE license, like, yeah, the industrial sewing machines purchased for that, but it's not actually active, correct?
No,
Okay, and then we've had the Indian City screen printing business that sort of imploded and lost. $458,000. And then
the
there's,
community started as well, by the way.
okay, and then
You
there's.
shut them down before it has to be pure. You did at the legislative assistance.
So you would have spent more money on. Indian
Probably,
City.
probably some more, yes, but not as much as that, but some more probably to get it really up and going. Where they can make money, and ultimately, it might have been 3 years before generating enough revenue to pay for its expenses. But we're moving in that direction, so I don't know when we had that again, but
Well,
we'll do that.
we're talking about the sort of element of building capacity and growth.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to ascertain here for the record. What growth has been effectuated, because we've got those instances where money was lost, and then we have. Also, the $50,000 cash outlay that we kind of established before as Mr. Nuncio was just free.
What growth have we done so far?
Those particular instances, are those kind of
What?
representative of growth?
Those things, no, they're part of. If you wanna select those and ignore everything else that we've done. No, they don't. Like those.
Okay.
So we got a court in place, that wasn't cheap. We got a law enforcement in place, that's not cheap. We've undertaken the largest housing elder renovation project in the history of the tribe. Over 100 homes that got new roofs. And other renovations that our housing authority didn't do. Past 20 years. And we're building up our capacity to continue to grow. We've done a lot of things that are good, and that costs money.
Well, to be
So
clear,
if you select those two, yeah, own those items, yes. I admit I'm not perfect, we started stuff, but I really agree, if you were patient. We could have seen that screen printing company become self-sufficient and then profitable. That's the phase that any startup generally goes through. And so, again, that's why I'm waiting for this enterprise to start operating under a qualified board of directors. Separate from us, because we can't interfere with the operations of those enterprises. They have to report to us and be accountable to us. But they have to be free to operate as professionals. So we can't interfere, just like we're trying to interfere with the gaming. You guys have given yourself the authority to approve the operational budget of the casino. And how much experience do you have running a casino to develop a human budget? I'm just saying that's a dangerous plan. So I'm getting back to building up our capacity, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, and so you shouldn't select the things that you wanna focus on and say, this is the only way you operate, and we don't have success. We've had tremendous success. We're a self-governance tribe now. We're prepared to take over the Carnegie Clinic ourselves, to manage it as a Kiowa tribe. We brought Buffalo back to be part of our healing process. We started the Kiowa Healing Way. We've never tried to fix ourselves. Those all take money and building up capacity and good people that are not cheap. And so, yes, you want to take one few things that you want to criticize out of context, and yeah, that doesn't help build a tribe. But everything combined that we're doing, it is building our tribe. If you guys get on board, we could build it quicker, more effectively. Well, again, when I told you at the outset, there's no vision, the people perish. We're have people dying. And you're questioning these things. And yes, I'm not perfect. You have to be patient on new business startups.
Okay, so if so in terms of, like you said, 3 years would have been appropriate for Indian City street ranging, so that expenditure rate, if we duplicated the kind of year and a half that was in operation, would have been $900,000.
It wouldn't,
At that point.
it wouldn't cost you that much because we already had equipment, supplies and facility operating. And so a lot of that upfront expense was spent on getting that very operate. So again, you don't understand business startup, so that's why you're just throwing these numbers out.
Well,
How
the
long
numbers
is
aren't
business
correct.
is responsible to start? I'm just saying. If you were patient, you could have seen us printing our own logo material, our own flags, our own jackets, everything ourselves, and slowly creating more jobs out of that. Those kind of things take patience and time and yes, upfront investment.
Well, I'm not throwing numbers out, I'm just adding them from the postmortems from Summer Palmer's.
No, you're saying it cost you $480,000 a year and a half, and then so another year it's gonna cost you $900,000. That's what your numbers said.
It says if the rate remained the same, so there was a
But
there
you
was a
understand,
qualification.
a lot of the investment already happened. Now, the support that the business would have needed would have been far less than that, but it's closed, so why beat a dead horse? I'm just saying, you're trying to take those into context and criticize and say we're not growing, when you're ignoring all the accomplishments that have taken place. I'm proud of what's taken place, and I'll stand by them. You ignore them, continue, go ahead. But we've done a lot of things that a lot of tribes are proud of. We got a tremendous court system that a lot of tribes envy, and that's just 2 years old. We got a law enforcement that's gonna work at MOUs with the police departments and provide better police services for our people. Again, we're growing, we're prospering. And you guys are critical to help that process grow. And so you can sit here and criticize me for 3 or 4 days straight, okay. I'll sit here, I'm not afraid of that. But don't ignore all the good stuff that's happened. Okay, I asked for that, to be fair. Criticism. You haven't brought it up once. Never once have you said, we're thankful that we reached self-governance status. We're thankful for that court up there. We're thankful for our elders getting new roofs. You never called me once to say that. I don't expect that, but don't ignore it. Be fair, be fair, be fair. Well,
I'm not the one questioning you. I trust you legislators to do your job. Because that's not my position to tell you to do your job, right? In the Constitution. I respect our Constitution. I respect you as human beings.
You just said that we were initiating a dangerous trend. with
Yes,
the
you are.
plan that we passed. So you demonstrably don't trust us to do our
Right,
job, correct?
you wanna distort words and that's your style, but I'm telling you, I'm your elder, and I'm trying to tell you. Respect elders, that's a core value of tribe, Kiowa tribe. Is you respect your elders. But you guys continue to disrespect me. Question every little thing I do and ignore all the good stuff that's happening.
Do you believe that? I think all of us here are cognizant and respectful of Quaker values. And we do respect our elders.
I question that.
Do you believe that us asking questions of you is inherently disrespectful?
No, not asking questions in this scenario. Why do we have to go this far? You can call me up again with human nature, call up, go visit, ask questions. I could answer these questions a long time ago in a very comfortable setting. One-on-one. Instead of going through all this semantics, you're just.
I don't believe either side.
Consuming process, guys, and listen, we got people that are, again, we got people that need our help. So yes, question anything, I'm here to answer those.
Point of order, speaker, way off topic here. We need to get back and let's finish up.
I don't believe either side is being courteous. But you stated in this particular situation, you're good with the exchange,
No, I'm good, but.
and that we should not have to have come to this point.
Stuff that's happened.
I agree, we should not have to have come to this point,
Yeah,
but we put it verbally, we put it in writing, we had to create laws to get to this point. If we had had our answers and our questions responded to, we possibly would not be here. I'll turn it back over to the legislator.
I thought you got the information before. Is this all the information you sent you? Anyway, let's go through this process.
And Chairman Butterford, just.
I'm just feeling the need to at least state my position that we've had some good stuff that it doesn't seem like you guys are acknowledging, that's all. So, I may be wrong, but let's go forward with this process.
Okay, I'm going to move on to next sequence of questions, but just for an editorial note. For the record, we produced this information that the legislature had to literally send a subpoena. Consistent with the law maintaining production of documents and testimony act, we've got access and acquire some of this data. So that is the historical, just kind of fact of the matter. But Jason, can we move on to next item? Yes, so this is a correspondence from Attorney General Holmberg to our legislative legal counsel. And if we kind of scroll through it, there's a kind of note there, while I was speaking to you, I did not intend to direct commentary toward you as an individual or professional, but I will not apologize for any words I spoke against your clients. So, would it be a surprise to you to learn that I believe Mr. Holmberg here is referring to using insulting terminology to the legislature? Do you support that kind of verbiage from your attorney general?
Send by my attorney general.
Okay, so if he is using that's name calling to the legislature, you stand by that?
Send by my attorney general.
Okay. And then, in terms of kind of Mr. Holmberg's specific terminology, I believe there was a homophobic slur used at one point. Do you stand by that as well?
I'm not aware of that, so I can't comment.
Okay. I believe that happened verbally in conversation from Attorney General Holmberg in conversation with our legal counselor. So do you feel that homophobic terminology is appropriate for anyone within the tribe to use? Probably.
No, it's not appropriate.
Okay.
I can't comment on that specific, because I'm not, I mean, good conversations.
Okay, but you stand by your Attorney General
Yes,
and irrespective of kind of the language used, if he's lobbying, names that the legislature using kind of.
well, that's something that we have to discuss, and we'll discuss it. Because I know that that's an issue, and I stand by it. I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. Good to know. Moving on. We're getting towards the end of my questions, speaker, but just a little bit more. So. This will kind of dovetail with, some of the queries that speaker posited earlier. And you mentioned that, your spouse had accidentally used the private credit card. How does one accidentally use the private credit card?
You'll use the restroom, and you'll be able to wallet to pay for the bill, and you have your own card.
Okay. Who is Rose Garza? Did she work for the tribe at any point?
She did work for the tribe, she was a permanent employee, worked for the tribe when they went to be employed and she got hired to be finance.
Okay, so she's saying, Terrence Augury, quotes, he stepped down from his position, misusing tribal funds for him and his wife's personal use, funding her personal airline trips, lodging, and Costco supplies for her crowds. End quote. So is any of that accurate?
No,
Okay, the tribal credit card, she says nowhere in the Constitution, does the tribal have credit card. So scroll down a little bit more. So she specifically utilizes citing kind of tribal credit cards. Did she have reconciliation authority over tribal credit cards or any sort of interaction?
yeah, I think that was her job, yes.
Okay, so that accidental use of the tribal credit card, do you recall if it was at Costco or what the vendor was?
Yeah, Costco.
Okay. And then, she's saying that he borrowed $2,500 from the tribe, is that?
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
I paid it back that way. That was personal use that many of you take it.
I think I'm gonna. Note an objection, I'm absolutely appalled that somebody's quoting Facebook on the record. That, I just think this is off base, this is hearsay. It's unverified, it's just a bunch of angry people. Honky.
Kongyo. Black.
She's saying. well,
What's
I know
that
what-
word?
Kongyo. That means black in Kiowa.
Oh,
Wow.
Overruled, because this is not a court.
well, I just think this is ridiculous, I'm gonna advise chairman not to respond to Facebook.
Okay. I mean, we've established for the record that Rose was an employee at the tribe in charge of reconciliation of cards. And she is sharing her perspective in context, the public context.
Who's doing this?
Is she here so I can cross-examine her?
This isn't a court. I mean.
Well, you're acting like one, you're
So,
quoting Facebook for evidentiary purposes in a public forum.
And again, this is an.
I've noted my objection,
Okay,
proceed at your risk.
what risk would that be? Are you gonna use? a
Risk
homophobic
that you're
term?
gonna make, compel chairman to testify about.
Risk of using
Facebook.
homophobic terminology, is that the risk?
Do what?
Is the risk of using a homophobic slur, is that the risk? You're saying proceed at the risk.
Point of order here, can we, the objection has been noted, let's proceed forward.
That's where I wanted to end the conversation.
Yes, I think we need to move forward.
You didn't use it in the conversation.
So we're requesting that you move forward from this great Facebook post.
Can you, Jason, move up? where that was, installed way up. Okay, have you or your spouse ever solicited a gift of money or loan from any employee that's driving?
No, I'm an employee.
Okay,
No, I've gotten salary advances like many of you.
okay. Have you or your spouse ever solicited a gift of money or a loan from any person who performs contractual work for any part of the time?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have.
Okay, are there any more questions from other legislators?
Wait, before I ask these.
I turned it over to Legislator Wolf.
Hopefully very okay. The thing that I would like to know if you could give us an update on the Indian City Development Project, if there's been progress on it and you've had the investors and things like that. It seemed like
In the city, 200 acre property is in phase 2 in a contract. For phase 2, which involves developing imagery and a virtual fly through based on information and the plan that was developed in phase 1. That includes different amenities to that property. Phase 2 is going to create the imagery and the materials that we can use, and then start pursuing fundraising for some of the venues that are outlined in that. And the ultimate goal is to create a Southern Plains Tribal Cultural Center. It's Destination Jersey. Showcase our tribal culture in Southwest Oklahoma. So we're on phase 2 of the plan, master plan.
has there been much funding or revenue or money spent on this project to get to phase 2 at this time?
No, except for we use Department of Transportation funds to improve the road. In anticipation of needing an improved road for future development, we have funds on transportation to do that. But other than that, other than planning, no. And those were running grants, BIA and other grants.
Thank you for the question from legislature. All I have to say.
You had one final question, that was sort of great. In terms of, we kind of discussed earlier, you mentioned the retreat. That you wanted the legislature to go on. Do you happen to know a ballpark cost of what that would be? Because I believe, my understanding was it was $10,000 to $15,000 for the retreat, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe 15,000 total.
Okay, did you receive communication from the speaker about kind of the legislature not being comfortable with that type of expenditure at this
Yeah, I
time?
see that.
And then speaker also, correct me if I'm wrong, said that we were open to discussion as a legislature and designated legislative liaison as kind of the liaison and point of contact for just general ongoing dialogue.
I read to it.
Okay, so I just kind of revisiting that since there was sort of a lack of context or clarity about that earlier. And just you mentioned that you were, not to attribute, my impression was that you were displeased with kind of us declining that, but I just wanted for the record to kind of give context for what the legislature had communicated in terms of why it was foregoing the retreat specifically at this time. But I think even if I'm not wrong, speaker, you said we might revisit it kind of in the future once we address aid and kind of other elements and things that sort of more intention is that.
You're correct.
Okay. That's my only question, so, want to back on that.
Did you ask the question or?
Yeah, ask the question, did you recall receiving that?
Of course,
Yeah, yeah.
I did see.
So, okay,
Well, I hope.
yeah, so that's
Okay,
my
that's-
question.
Yes, I believe that may be everything for this agenda.
I make a motion, we conclude this hearing.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any,
I think there's another, it's not on the agenda, it shouldn't be on the agenda, we need to have a quick discussion.
Let's conclude and log
Log
off.
off.
So we're just having a procedural discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so unrelated. Then